Would be good afterwards.
All right, good morning again. It is 10 a.m. It is the 29th day of June 2026. It's 10 a.m. We are in the Commissioner's Courtroom in the Aransas County Courthouse located at 308 North Live Oak, Rockport, Texas 78382, and I call this workshop to order. Roll call.
Commissioner Cheney?
Here.
Commissioner Cashline?
Here.
Commissioner Russo? Here. Commissioner Dupnick?
Here.
Judge Garza?
Here, we've got a full quorum. Items for deliberation or discussion. We're going to discuss the fiscal year 2026-2027 budget with the elected officials and department heads. All right, first up, we have Jamie, but I'm going to switch it around a little. And Constable Thomas, come on up. He has a class in Houston.
Judge, did you see the citizen to be heard?
Oh, shoot. Oh, is that on there? Yeah, hold on, Doc. We got someone that wants to be heard.
Okay.
Mr. Hutt?
I'm in my 20 ticket books.
Yes, sir. First of all, I'd like to say, back about in 2020, in September, October, I stood before this court and I called the whole court tyrants. And I called you two especially. And I just want to stand here and say, I'm sorry. I should not have used those words with y'all, especially considering in the middle of COVID, how good you guys were to the county and without putting the restrictions. And this is something that came to me talking to other people across the country. And that type of political rhetoric does not need to be. So my humble apologies. I'd like to talk, I know that this year I've heard a lot talking about a salary increase with staff. I would like y'all to consider not doing any salary increase with staff. However, I would like you to consider doing a major salary increase of elected officials across the board. I feel that if you look at the size of our county government and the type of responsibility that our elected leaders have, we're significantly underpaying them. And this is preventing us from getting a better pool of candidates. Not that y'all aren't doing a good job, but the fact that Commissioner Dupnick was able to run unopposed for the last, I know he liked it, but was able to run unopposed for the last election, I think shows that we're not offering individuals in our community enough carrots to run for office. So I'd like to see a significant increase in that. I'd also like to see, as this budget goes, that we look at, I'm going to agree with the county attorney when she said that, and this is what we did at the appraisal district. We allocated X amount of dollars to the chief appraiser. And within those amount of dollars, the chief appraiser chose how much he was going to pay each individual person. And it wasn't this class and categories. And I think what happens is we get caught up in class and categories. We try to, each office is individual and has individual needs and responsibilities for those people. And this idea of a class and a category that goes across all offices, I think it prevents our elected leaders from being able to pay people what they think appropriately and staff their offices appropriately. Another thing I would like to see is that I have a concern that more and more is moving into the auditor's office. The auditor is an unelected official that our auditor's office, though I'm not complaining about the job they do, they do a lot. And that the budgeting and a lot of the financial services I'd like to see come out of that office and go under this court. So the actual budgeting, month-to-month monitoring of that budgeting and hitting that budget would come out of their office and under y'all's discretion. And lastly, I know that the outgoing auditor, the outgoing treasurer had really pushed for a sense of accountability for county staff. And this was a system where you can see who logs in, who logs out. I feel what we have is we kind of run things loosey-goosey where we are paying individuals for 40-hour weeks, but we're not always getting 40-hour weeks. And I think if we had a better system of tracking employee time and employee time at their office, we wouldn't need to be looking at more staffing, that we would get more out of our staff. I realize that this is a hard budget session for you guys, and I would respect that y'all would try to keep from raising our taxes, but I understand with the 5% homestead exemption that was passed last year and increases in insurance and things like that, that it's going to be difficult for you guys to meet that no new revenue rate. I'd appreciate you trying to do it, though, but if you don't, I don't think that you guys are evil or trying to steal my money. Maybe the judge, but the rest of you guys, I have faith. So thank you.
Man, that was a long 5 minutes.
The clock broke, I think.
All right, Doc Thomas, come on up.
Sometimes I wish it was only a 40-hour week.
I was about to say.
My increase was fuel. I think $300 we wanted to go up just in case. I don't know what the price of fuel is going to be next year, but also, you know that we're doing all the writ of possessions out of the county clerk's office. And here lately, we've had to do some more civil papers out of the district clerk's office for whatever reason. I don't know what the deal on that is, but and sometimes everybody's not home when you go knock on the door.
Okay.
Any questions? No. All right.
And then the only other thing was I think we put in for, if we needed to hire some help, like at the courtroom or something, like an off-duty deputy or something, for either that, or if we needed for a bad eviction or something, that, I think I asked for like $3,000 to be put aside in case we needed something like that to do. And we're fixing to have a bad eviction, I'm afraid, here pretty soon. I've already been hit with a door twice, just serving the eviction paper. So when we get the writ of possession, it's gonna be worse probably.
So that's not in here yet. Are you asking to have it added?
I think we
right
sent
now?
it to the,
It is not added in this yet. It's not added in these numbers. I did make a note out to the side of the salary
Okay.
that he is requesting $3,000.
For additional staff?
For a part-time or off-duty deputy to do a little bit of work as he needs help.
Like
just
contract.
if we need it, like if we had a court come up that maybe we couldn't attend because of a doctor's appointment or a school or something. I've had to cancel in the past schools, and nowadays these schools are so tough. You got to get in, you got to register several of them 6 months in advance to even get into them. And when you cancel, you're already paying for that. And if you don't get to go because of a court hearing that may take 10 minutes or an hour, it's not feasible. Or if we get into a bad situation out in the field at a writ of possession or something like that, or maybe having a writ of attachment for a child or something like that, we might want to be, if the sheriff's office isn't available with somebody, then we may want to make arrangements to have somebody come in or something.
So that'll be on the next iteration.
So that-
We
how much
can,
would-
if you are approving that to add. I don't
I'm not-
add anything to salaries until I directed by
Okay.
you.
So that would be $3,000 you're asking for?
Yeah, just to have a side, just in case that we need it. And hopefully we won't have to use that, but
So would that be-
sometimes when I ask,
Would that be in
The
his,
sheriff's
in his
department.
budget or the JP's budget? Because you're talking about JP court.
Normally, whatever court the bailiff is in, we do charge it to that specific department.
And to me, it seems more appropriate to put it in the JP's budget if we did it,
We
than
can
put
do
it in the
that.
constable's
Right.
budget.
we just want to be able to use it in
Report
case
on
that
it.
we have to use it also out in the field, in case that we have a a writ of possession or something may take several hours or all day to do. It might be nice to have two so you can actually trade out or something, but also sometimes we've got people out there that aren't very friendly and that are armed and legally armed. And we've got to watch them too as well. We're watching what's getting moved out.
So
So,
the sheriff's department won't back you up? or
well,
city
they'll back you
police, or-
up, but then a lot of times they're busy too and they don't have the manpower or something, or they tell us that, they can't send somebody or,
The workload that the constable's office has changed so much over the last 10 years that I've often thought that what you needed is a full-time constable that is shared between the two precincts or deputy a deputy constable to handle the courts and everything else. Because I know that you and Gavin are out a lot. I talk to you quite often, and lots of times, you're out on some JP court or whatever at, 6 o'clock in the afternoon or even 10 o'clock at night.
yeah,
And, I rarely catch you at home anymore.
I know. It's what my dogs tell me too. They growl at me sometimes when I get home because they don't recognize me, but
But I would suggest that we look at whether or not we need a third constable, a deputy constable to serve both precincts. Because whenever y'all are out for training or something, really, the constables, that particular office is pretty much dead because you can't have court without somebody there. You gotta have,
Yeah.
part of law enforcement there, and that's the constable's responsibility.
I think you should bring some figures to show us how often that occurs and what sort of hours you're thinking, rather than just throw out a dollar amount.
Right. I agree.
Well,
We
we
need
don't-
something to base that
we don't
on.
actually have a schedule so much because we can have court, and especially these bond hearings, we can have court come up like tomorrow morning that's not scheduled. I mean, bond hearings especially, or even the evictions, criminal courts, we have scheduled. But these bond hearings, and I understand they're going to have more of them, come up like that. And some of those get kind of bad. Especially when you got to do, if you've got a few of them in there and you got to do the rest. One bond hearing we had in the old courthouse doing the thing, while I was arresting the guy, taking him out in the hallway, two other ones were getting into a fight in the courtroom.
No,
I'm
that's
just
it.
saying it would be good to have data to make a decision instead of just hypothesis.
We'll get on the next go-around. Because it might be 3,500 that you need for 22.
When we did the last civil process, the sheriff's office had it their thing, and even the sheriff and all, the one things that the instructor pushed on was a lot of these things should be two officers to go into, and all like that, and it was a lot of stuff that we do by ourselves, period. But thank you, and like I said, I did get assaulted, hit by a door twice here just 2 weeks ago, but that's gonna be a nightmare and a half having on it. Thank you.
Thanks, Doc. Have a safe trip to Houston. Gavin, come on up.
I asked if I could piggyback on Doc real quick, because mine hopefully will be quick and easy. Only change I've got is I increased postage by $200, and that's just because we have some more summons that go out for the school courts, and that's gonna increase my postage cost.
For constable too?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I believe that that postage, though, is going through JP2.
That was gonna be my follow-up question, because I wasn't seeing my current amount dipped. If it's going through JP2, then I don't need the $200.
Yes.
I was just concerned that we were having this, through the course of this year, we've had considerably more mailing with alternative service and school court, and I didn't want to come up short.
Yes.
That'll be in JP2. Okay.
There was 300.
Isn't there like a $500 amount in there for advertising? What is advertising for?
Advertising is when I have to post for like a tax sale.
So legal notices essentially?
Yes.
And
I believe all of those go through non-departmental.
I was gonna say,
All of our legal, all of our ads and postings and stuff.
so that 500 should go to 409?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, we're taking money away from you, Gavin.
No, honestly, if it hasn't been spent out of my budget in the last couple of years, I don't need it. If I'm not spending it, allocate it somewhere else. Like I said, the only reason that I was asking for an increase in postage is because I was seeing an increase in me using postage. Aside from that, everything looks good.
All right.
Any questions?
Makes your budget look good. You're going down.
Thanks, Gavin.
All right, we'll start on our regularly scheduled program. Ms.
Yes.
Jamie? Ms. Jamie, come on up.
Hello, good morning. I have 2 items to increase. One of them is just going to be the conference and association dues. I
Which
raised
page
it-
are you
Oh,
on?
sorry, just the first one.
35.
Oh,
They have page numbers, you don't.
okay, okay. So I raised it $2,000 just to incorporate any of the conferences as a newly elected official and certifications that are required. And then another one is for office furniture and equipment. It was originally noted on the site that we needed a new safe, but our shredder is actually on its last leg. That's going to cost about $2,000 for the one that we use. Thankfully, Facilities has been making this one last a little longer, but we're absolutely going to need a shredder.
But you proposed $4,000?
Well, there was a shredder and our safe. Safe was the original additional amount, but now our shredder is absolutely going to need to be replaced as well.
There had been conversation about reassigning payroll from the treasurer's office to the auditor's office. But I noticed that there hasn't been a decrease in the salary line item to reflect.
Correct. Their payroll
We're-
isn't moving anywhere.
We have not
No.
had any further discussions on that, Commissioner.
No. It might have been up for discussion, but I've spoken with the auditors and it's staying where it is.
Sounds good.
There was another request for an additional employee in the treasurer's office for 2027. So now in the new courthouse, indigent healthcare is separate from the treasurer's office, and the 2 employees in that department worked as treasurer clerks, treasurer deputies. So without having them in the current office that we're in, it's definitely, I can see where other employees are doing duties that they wouldn't normally do, and we're kind of falling behind. So replacing those 2 indigent healthcare employees with 1 treasurer employee would be greatly helpful.
Did they do?
They did.
Work in the treasurer's office?
Yes, yes. They took money, they went to the bank, they helped with payroll. So yeah, they had treasurer duties also.
I'd kind of like to see a line of what you're planning on the tasks being assigned to the different employees. Because I used to work in that office.
Mhm.
And adding another employee doesn't seem easily explainable, I guess.
So the 2 indigent healthcare employees, before we moved into this courthouse, were always apart in the same office.
Right, I understand that.
Okay.
I was in the old courthouse
Okay,
that Harvey knocked down and was part of that office.
okay. And the 2 indigent healthcare workers would help with taking in money, they would help with payroll, they would run to the bank, they would scan, they would fax, they did treasurer duties as well. They were also deputized and bonded. So moving them out of the office.
Maybe it's not a good idea to move them out of it.
That's a good point.
Well, the only issue is they're not in the treasurer's office, they're downstairs, so they're not in the place where they can actually help with the duties that she's discussing.
Right.
I'm not advocating, I'm just saying that's why, you know,
So.
putting indigent back under the treasurers wouldn't change anything because they're not physically in that
So
office.
because since they moved here, they're in a different location.
Yes, sir.
Correct. So they can't take money, report it up to us,
So
they don't have a
do-
safe.
Do we need 2 people in indigent? healthcare?
Yes, 'cause
If
of-
they were actually, when they were in that office, if they're actually doing other things, do we really need two people for indigent?
Yes, because if one's not there, then indigent healthcare is closed. And
And
so,
that's
Be
pretty
back out
proximate.
to lunch sign,
Well,
All
you know,
day or all
indigent
week
health-
when they're on vacation?
right, any
Indigent
time off.
healthcare is getting to be more and more broader need, and if somebody needs the healthcare, they need it then, or as soon as possible. They don't need to wait till somebody gets back in the office to handle it. Or
Correct.
don't need to get it backed up, so I'm not in favor in any way of reducing that employee workload. I don't care who reports to it.
How many employees do you have?
4.
I think I agree with Commissioner Rousseau. Bring some numbers
Okay,
on the next round, just to justify.
And tasks.
And tasks.
absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, do you have more?
No, that was it.
Okay.
Well, I think
Oh, the hot venue, that's right, I forgot. I do. Everything with the hot venue stayed the same.
And
Two
what's
would
the
be-
healthcare sales tax number? Page? Is it 143?
let me get there. Sales tax is going to be 147.
Okay. And were you going to say something about this?
No, everything stayed the same. It was only in the treasurer's office, everything stayed the same.
Well, this is reflecting some of the decisions we've made this year going forward to next, correct? Like with Good Samaritans and the Meals
Yes.
on Wheels?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then we did receive the request specifically from the Good Samaritans and the Council on Aging, and the Real. Real did decrease on their request from last year,
So where is Real funded from?
from healthcare sales
Healthcare
tax.
sales tax, and how do we justify that?
To medical appointments.
Yeah, they
They
take.
do transport, sorry.
I'm sorry, they do transport for any of the citizens. They
So they give
do
us something?
indigent stuff also.
I mean, because it's, the only acceptable uses would be medical and what else? Do they give us documentation, how many people they take that fall under that? Or if
They
we-
just came and gave y'all a report a couple
2
of
months ago?
a couple of
I don't
months
think they're
ago.
giving us much specifics, do they?
I think
I'm just-
I think they gave a lot of count and stuff like
They
that,
did.
Commissioner. I'm not positive.
I
They
was
did.
just curious if we were to get audited sometime for the healthcare sales tax, if you don't need to be able to justify, kind of like you do on hot funds, you've got specific uses and probably need to be careful on the accountability of if it's used for that.
Right, they do a lot of, it has to be something that helps the citizens and with healthcare as well as, but it takes them to appointments, they take them to Corpus, to doctor's appointments, they do a lot of transport for that.
They even take them out of
Yeah,
county.
to Victoria and San
Victoria,
Antonio.
they've taken several to Houston for cancer treatments. They do a lot for healthcare.
A question maybe for the auditor's office. The 23,000 we allocated for this year for flea and tick control, none of that's been expended yet. Do we make that as a payment towards the end of the year, or what do we think about that?
It's as invoices are submitted from
Okay.
animal control, or animal care.
Okay, and they just haven't submitted any yet?
They might have submitted a few. It's not a whole lot. I can't give you a specific number, but I believe we have had minimal.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we through with the treasurer, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
We are through? All right.
That's one of hers. so, yes.
yeah, but the auditors have been great with helping me through my first
Okay.
time around.
Well, I wasn't sure if flea and tick was under your department. or not.
No,
We
but,
moved on to that, it appears.
but it's under the
I
healthcare
hope y'all
sales
don't
tax.
have any.
Thank you.
Judge McGinnis? Morning, Judge.
So I did make
We're
a
at page
correction.
29. Sorry.
Thank you, Tammy.
Yes.
I am making a correction to our conferences and association. I forgot this is legislative year 2027. And I do send everybody, because everybody has to be informed with all the new changes. So from the 4,000 that I usually have, I need to increase it by 1,000 to make it 5,000. So each one of them will have their opportunity to go to conferences plus the legislation conference. I did reduce the inquest. We have gotten it back manageable. So from the 40,000, I reduced it down to 35. I think we'll be fine with that. So the only other things that I would like to discuss is going to be the salary. Salary for Laura, that's on our juvenile case manager. She's been here more than 15 years, and with the grant that we have for the LCDC, that put the grant position higher than what Laura has, and this grant position is she's only been here 3 years. I don't think that's right, especially since she's supervising her, or help supervising her.
So does the grant create the salary?
We created the salary, the Commissioners Court created the salary, presented it to the, I guess through the grant
I'm
position,
curious
they
why we
approved
made-
it.
I'm curious why we made it higher than what.
Well, with an
Or-
LCDC, we needed a position to hire a licensed counselor,
No.
and she is a licensed counselor. And so far, this grant position for that has been well-used, and we've had emergencies at the jail. I have had her go over to the jail and counsel a few people there at the jail. And that's another request that I'm going to try to find, is another grant for an LCDC to handle the adults through the jail. And I know y'all have given me money to use money out of the opiates, money to do that, but I can't find somebody who just wants to come in for a contract labor. We need somebody who's here permanently, full-time for the county, because we have a lot of needs. There's a lot of needs at the jail. And having her go over, she's going over there at least once a week, sometimes on an emergency, twice, when we have people who are in need. We know we have coastal plains. We do sign our orders, but it takes them a little while. When somebody's in crisis, we need somebody there now. And that's what I've also had to been using for our LCDC. We need another person like that also.
Just a quick question, well, maybe two questions. So is Laura under this salary
No,
line
ma'am.
item, or is she in another account?
Another fund, it's page 160 is the juvenile case manager fund.
Okay,
But the grant is under this fund.
okay.
So
But
that's why
yes.
you're seeing the two difference.
Okay, and then I think we're still going to talk about that salary survey and maybe make a decision on implementation. I'm not sure.
Which is fine, I just
We're-
I need her increased to
No, I
higher
understand
than
that.
15 years, still making less than what we hired, which she's doing basically the same thing of the counseling, is what I'm looking for.
Did you say 160?
Page 160, yes, ma'am. And you'll
yes,
see
okay.
that the budget in that salary line, that is for 2 employees, which is unfilled, 1 unfilled.
It's hard to find somebody who's qualified for that second position, for the amount of money, which also our interlocal agreements are going to expire at the end of this year for our juvenile case managers, which those need to be increased to take, I think the way they have it set up is every 2 years for renewal, and then it's every year up to 4 years, and then we come back to redo the interlocal agreements. So it's going to
And that's with the
expire.
school, isn't it?
Yes,
The
this is with the
school, Town
school,
of Fulton.
Okay.
City of Rockport, so it's all a shared position.
So that's something we may want to take into consideration here too, okay?
Correct. And the interlocal agreement needs to be changed and increased. And then, like I said, I'm requesting hers to be increased. Other than that, I think that's it. It's just the salary interlocal agreement. And then the change for the legislative. The other thing on legislation, last year, they changed the way the juvenile system is working. Normally, the cases are filed through the courts. I would handle the court hearings, and then we would send it to the juvenile case manager for them to handle the deferrals. This time, they put a diversion, which the diversion, they're trying to remove it from the courts. So all the cases being sent to the courts automatically now go to the juvenile case manager. She filters them out and then submits them to the courts for prosecution or for us to hear. With that, her increase is she's
The workload.
swamped. And that's why I'm still gonna have to hire that second position, because the workload's now there again. That was why I held off. We tried, could not find somebody who was qualified, and then it slowed down. Then with the changes, everything just increased now tremendously.
So we're probably gonna need to look at that as adding additional person or?
No,
just-
I already, y'all have granted me that. It's
Okay.
just trying to find somebody who's
Okay.
qualified and to get the salary back up. I think we've been kind of using it more of the second to cover what we're needing.
Okay.
But
we're not adding a position.
we're not adding a
Oh, okay.
position. No, but I would like to add another LCDC, but I'm going to try to do that under a grant if I can find something that will qualify us to get a grant for that.
Okay.
Questions? No? Okay.
Thanks, Judge.
Before you call somebody else up, I just would mention, and maybe this came in later, but Tana had given me these requests because I asked for them. But ACMSI, under the healthcare sales tax, had asked if their allocation could go to 45,000. And our sheets, because they were printed before that, don't show that amount. I just wanted to mention that.
Yes,
Just-
and
So what is theirs now?
it's 45,000. She asked for an additional 10,000.
Yeah, right now it's 35, and then they put in a request for 45,000, which isn't reflected on our
Yes,
page.
and I did get that after I had
Right.
already
I-
printed.
Yeah, it just came last week. We already had these books.
Yes, yes, ma'am. So I do have it, if you see up on the computer screen, I do have that.
Tell me what page that is
Changed.
again, Tana, sorry.
Um,
What
say-
page is that?
Oh, 147.
Because I'll just make a note on here.
Okay.
Can't put any bailiffs under healthcare sales tax? or-
We could try.
Protecting somebody's life.
That's also true.
All right, Renee?
What if we could put any of those counselors that she's talking about under that? Seems like that's mental health. Well, maybe y'all should check that out, see if we can fund
Yeah,
it through there.
it's worth a shot, yeah. Okay, facilities is on page 38.
Man, better get the red pencil out now.
You say that every year.
Right. I left mine at home.
It makes me
and I
nervous
forgot
every
it.
year.
Need a little button out here where you can hit it, red line it.
All righty.
So we have had a few slight increases, so I'm just going to go through here and kind of explain what those are, mostly due to inflation on parts. So, and cleaning supplies, I'm obviously having to get a new carpet machine and floor machine for the courthouse. So I've priced that out at about $5,000, so I've increased that line item.
So that's
Um,
what you're putting in there? That's not under like machinery and equipment?
Right. We put it under cleaning and janitorial.
Okay, we'll move.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Sorry. Okay. The professional services have gone up. That's due to the community center and to the courthouse, fire inspections and controls. Would like to add the $10,000 for additional generator maintenance. We do have additional generators, and we also have Omnitrex controls attached to these generators, so that was an initial cost, but there is maintenance to those items.
So the generators, do you have any kind of service policy on them, or extended warranty policy, or anything like that you?
No extended warranty policy. We have two of them that need to be replaced. We have this one here that's out of its warranty, its manufacturer parts warranty, but as far as
This one?
new,
Oh, the-
yeah. Yep. Of course, we have new generators at Animal Control and at AgriLife. We have them under PMs, but no service agreement.
So have you looked at any of that? I mean, all of those things, if something big goes wrong, the engine blows up or something, it's pretty substantial to fix them.
No, I mean, the warranty itself for a piece of equipment like that would be fairly expensive. We've
If it
ran
goes-
into one.
If it goes down, like if it breaks a crankshaft or something like that, you like to buy a new one.
Yeah, I looked into that at the Public Safety Center, and we ended up paying for a rental, and I don't recall, I don't know if Colin does, how long we were on a temporary generator, but to rent the temporary generator and manufacture the part would have been less than any kind of service agreement. So we just kind of opted to do that.
Yeah.
We work with Road and
Of course,
Bridge,
those are
who
pretty
has
old
diesel
already over
mechanics.
there.
What's that?
I said the ones over there are pretty old already, because they
Yes.
haven't been replaced.
We're hoping to get them replaced soon.
Are most of our generators, the same, output, voltage and output?
No,
Okay,
they're different.
According to the size of the building.
yeah. What, would it make any sense to get a portable generator? I'm talking about on a trailer, you know, that we can move from building to
That would
building.
be great.
No,
I've been trying,
well,
Trying to get that.
but you
I'm all
know,
for that.
That's a great idea.
That, you know, that might be expensive. I mean, it's gonna be expensive, but if it handle enough of the buildings, you know, it's not gonna handle this building, but, you know, it can handle a portion of this building or a portion of the jail or, you know, anyway, just, is that something we've ever looked at?
It is something that we've looked at. We are in the process of grants on the generator for the Public Safety Center and the Detention Center. The Detention Center's generator is in much better condition than the Public Safety Center. That generator, we're looking at possibly trying to make that a temporary, or not a temporary usage
Right.
emergency generator. Yeah, so when that gets removed, that's what our plans would be to do with that one.
Yeah, that's good.
So, as far as the other generators, I mean, everything is pretty much taken care of in-house. Again, we have Road and Bridge that does the diesel mechanic PMs on it. My staff works on it, what they can do. And then we work with a local company to avoid out-of-state and out-of-town charges for them to come and work on these pieces of equipment.
Are most of our generators the same, like, you know, whether like are they the same name, bought by the same vendor? Are we uniform? on
Most of
the
them are, but we have Collier. We do have a Collier,
Kohler.
and that's it. That's the only out. Yeah, Generac and WPI is who the county has mainly been working with. But again, we've brought that back into local and using someone here, and we're avoiding all of these charges for, you know, transporting parts or waiting for weeks for them to be on site to fix our
Well,
generators.
I was just thinking about, you know, like, for an example, Generac, for an example. You know, they have 2 or 3 different places here and around the area within 50 or 60 miles, or maybe 100 miles, that have fully stocked, you know, and go all the way down the line. And you know, if you break something or something burns up, you know, transmitter or something burns up, where you should be able to get the part and get them down here and do it, and just either do it on a cost plus basis or on a contract. You know,
Well,
it's
we've
a whole lot
done that.
cheaper than
Yeah,
In
we-
the long run, that's a whole lot cheaper than having to buy new generators.
Right. And we've done that, Commissioner, but like I said, we are really trying to use the people local who have access to those parts and those manufacturers. They have better luck at getting those parts quickly from them as opposed to us trying to do that directly. Otherwise, I'm waiting for WPI for weeks, if not months, to answer a call, and then we're in the hole trying to rent generators to support the buildings. So what we're doing right now is working good. We did install Omnitrex communicators or controls that notify myself and two of my staff, plus Colin, if anything's wrong, so that his equipment stays afloat and the building does too. So far, everything's working as
Okay,
it
good.
should be, so,
Good.
yeah. Knock on wood.
All right, you went up on travels and meals.
Yeah, let me get back. Travels and meals. Are you on the same page?
38. A $300 increase.
On your line
That's
488.
Thanks, Tana. She knew what I was looking at. That is just for conferences and such, training. On the 580 machinery and equipment, the $70,000 is for the new truck. We have not received the truck. I think we're due for that to arrive sometime next month. We're looking forward to that.
So that'll be expensed in this year where it was budgeted?
Correct.
Okay.
And then I have a $54,000 grant match for the generators that's in there as well.
I changed this number to 59,000. I added the 5 for your machine. I changed it from your cleaning supplies line to here,
Gotcha.
just now.
And took it out of the other?
And took it out of the other.
And I think, are we doing personnel today? I heard some people talking about it. I do want to, I'll touch about it later.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Oh, are you wanted to add?
Well, I just wanted to not so much add a person. We have an individual who's going to school right now for HVAC technician. He is at the top of his class and will be graduating soon, and so I would like to be able to move him into another HVAC technician position. So, which is
Promotion?
Promotion. And I didn't bring that paperwork with me this time, but I did explain to you guys at the last budget meeting in 2026 how many air conditioners and pieces of equipment we have to maintain, and it's a lot for one person. So they're working side by side together and sometimes on separate projects, so that's working out really nice too.
And saving the county a lot of money, because I remember when everything used to be contracted out.
Exactly, lots of money. Big savings. And that's about it on my facilities.
Well, we gave you an easy day today. We'll catch up another day.
I got one more.
We got
Detention center.
Can you do anything with that light? Because it's shining right here and I can't see it.
Yeah.
I'll get on that. On the 567 detention,
Specifically, your 12567,451 account number on page 46.
the detention center's kitchen, original build
Oh, yeah, I
included.
marked that.
Included a kitchen with a concrete floor coated with a rubberized material. This material has been, over the years, started to peel back up, and we have tried everything, including having a company come in and try to cut away the diseased portion of it, reseal it. That worked for a year or two, and so now it's peeling back up again. Instead of continuing to spend money doing that, talked to the sheriff, and we got with a local contractor and got a number on what it would take and what was the best route to take with this floor. Instead of applying a new floor to it, what we would do is go in and etch the concrete and seal it. That way we would never have to address this issue again. So that's the increase in 451. And that's all with that. So pathways. I got one more?
Let's go.
Okay.
All right.
So that's
This-
page 90.
Okay, I think Collins' IT, cost of the website staying the same, pretty much. We put, oh, that's staying the same too, never mind. The camera, we did add an additional $900 to this line item. We did not purchase the camera this last year, and we have a new administrative event coordinator who has a different style, different style and usage for cameras too. So we're looking at a GoPro camera, which would be about $900 more than what I'd asked for originally. This is something to catch more action, activity, and you're able to get it in and around some water, not in a boat, but some water, and it's more conducive to what we're looking at as far as getting, events and, what's that? You can take it underwater. Yeah, but, I didn't want to scare everybody. Take it underwater, as Colin said. But anyway, it's going to be about $900 more for that purchase.
You've been doing a real good job of promoting Pathways with the new person on board, I know, so this would come in handy for that, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Is that under 570? Is that where she's talking? On page
It's
91?
Actually, I
or is
think
it
it's
somewhere else?
under, are you talking about
Yes.
4?
570 is where she's
Mhm.
got it, on
Oh,
page 91.
I didn't have it all the way down. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's for an improved camera
Mm-hmm.
for the office?
And then I'm just going to kind of go through each site on these sheets. And the first one would be the Thule East Marsh. That's 607. Have increased the line item for professional services because of the invasive species, and this is just due to cost increase. You'll find that throughout the entire Pathways budget. And each site, I don't know if anybody wants to ask questions about it, but 609, 188 Bridge, I've increased it $5,000 for additional signage. And then Bailey Ranch, that's on 610. We added an additional $100,000 of venue for the fence repair, road repairs, and drainage easement for Copano. I guess we need to change that.
Yeah, we do
We
need to
need to
change
change
that.
that, Tana.
Fence and road repair, what was the last thing you said? Drainage?
Drainage easement.
So what kind of drainage easement are you talking about?
Anything that Road and Bridge would be working on.
Okay.
That wouldn't go under their budget? Oh, okay.
No, they would bill Pathways.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it would be paid for out of venue. They just paid, kind of like doing it at a local.
But can that be changed in the system then, so instead of saying Bailey Ranch, it'll say Copano Cove Ranch?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We're trying to keep everything consistent with the grant terminology.
Yes, ma'am.
On Swan Lake, the building repairs and maintenance, we increased that to 2,000, miscellaneous repairs, I'm sorry, to 2,000. That's just, again, that's the cost.
So have you
of
thought about
inflation.
on Swan Lake where the parking lot is? There seems to be quite a bit more room between where the parking lot stops and the bay is, that it's regularly completely full of people parking down the street. I wondered maybe we could get Road and Bridge.
Paving
to-
it.
We might be able to lengthen it, move the poles. There appears to be property there that you could expand the parking lot some and it would make it a little closer for people
Daryl
back
and I,
in there.
yeah, Daryl and I have talked about that at several of the sites doing the parking lot. So I was letting him know that we've added money to the budget to do
Yeah.
those things. And St. Charles Bay, that's 615 kayak. We added the 70,000 in there, and of course that was in there last year. We have not gotten to it. We did.
So
I
is
thought we
it-
added to that.
Is it on the north end of the boat ramp, like at one time they got that handicap kayak deal and put in, and it never did hold up because of the wave action? Is that
Right,
where-
and
is
we're in
that where you have a-
possession of that, but it was damaged, severely damaged,
Yeah,
so it
the,
was
the
not
wave action
replaced.
just tore it all to pieces. when
Right.
it Didn't last very long.
So that's kind of why we're talking about doing that at Airport Road. Kayak site is seeing if we can put that, once we get the handicap ADA,
Yeah.
accessibility down to the water.
You moved the ramp that had been at St. Charles over to the airport, is what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I
And,
thought we put
and what
money
would you
in
do
that.
there at St. Charles Bay?
Yeah, I think that, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt
Oh,
you.
that's okay.
I believe that Daryl did come back later and gave an amount
Additional
of
40.
$100,000, but I had already printed these,
Right.
so I just now changed that to 100,000, if you see on the screen.
Okay. Got you. And that's going to be to improve and repair the parking lot, and the bulkhead in and around that parking area is really eroding since Harvey, so Daryl said that they've got some work to do there. We have already replaced the entire dock as far as, what's above water, and we've done that on this year's budget, so pretty good.
Is that the $100 that's in there? Or has that not been
I
expensed?
don't think you're gonna replace any dock for $100.
The 100,000.
Maybe a few boards.
There was $70,000 in there, and we bumped it up to 100,000 to accommodate.
Right, I was
Those
just
repairs.
looking at what had been expensed year to date.
Oh,
The 100 in there today, I do not know offhand.
Okay,
Colin, can you make the pointer a little bigger? I want the old guys to see it.
Should I increase?
and again, on 617 Holiday Beach kayak, we've increased the price for invasive species removal.
Does
There,
that help? Sorry.
What kind of invasive species you have? The Holiday Beach one, is it
Holiday
down?
Beach,
Is it
the
down there?
cattails, I don't know, excuse me, I don't know if it was because of the drought. The cattails went crazy, and then now that it's rained, they're just filling in everywhere, so we need to take them back a little bit, because we won't have any water to observe at that site if we don't.
Are cattails considered to be invasive
They
species?
can be, yes.
Really?
You have to control them. We've had to control them at Thule East this year.
Almost thought they
actually.
might be protected.
and Linda Castro.
Gotta be
Yeah,
careful.
Linda Castro. What'd you say? So 3 of you were talking?
We're
Yeah.
excited
So
about pathways.
we did cattail mitigation at Linda Castro, and we did it at Thule East, and we've done some where we can safely get in and around at Holiday Beach, but there's 3 little visitors in the water, so they're
Alligators.
yeah, big ones, big ones. So we'll let the pros do that. And then so Linda Castro, we've added, it was in there for last year, but we're keeping the 13,000 in there for you put existing well, but we have a well for the vegetation and the garden area. This would be for the pond area and keeping that wet and supplied with water. I don't know if have anybody been out to look at Linda Castro, but with all the rains and stuff, the pond is full, and there's
You
plenty of
said you want
animals and,
13 in there for 27?
yeah, I have it in here.
We do now.
Oh, gotcha.
You moved it to 455 line item?
410. I just added
Okay.
13,000 and 410.
It wasn't being it's not being used this year, it's gonna be used next year. Correct, the 13,000?
Well, we're in line for the wells. We're waiting patiently for that, for a well here, actually, one well here with 2 tanks, and one well and 1 tank and 1 solar panel at Linda Castro. If it doesn't happen, then I want that to go into,
Okay.
So did you say you're only looking at one here now instead of two?
well, just a well with 2 tanks, with 2 pressure tanks.
I thought he was I thought when we talked to him, you were actually talking about digging 2 wells, one in the parking lot and one over here.
Not to my understanding, we'd have the 2 tanks. Well, I guess drill twice, so two separate wells, I guess.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
Luke came, that's what he was talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah. I was mixing it up with Linda Castro. With the 2 tanks. And then the History Center, again, water well, we increased it by $4,000 just because the prices of the water wells are going up, because everybody wants one. And one part of the project that we did not get to do in 2026 is the garden stones and landscape that was supposed to be attached to the sidewalks in and around the garden area.
And I was in there the other day, and that place looks fantastic.
A little bit of rain.
I meant the inside of the building, but
Oh, yeah.
yes, the outside looks fantastic too.
No rain inside. Not too bad. Okay, and then Murph Park. So we've increased the amount of monies to, I'm looking at my notes here. We had $50,000 on the maintenance and concrete, fence, structure, picnic area, and parking and signs. Since that site has been turned over to us, we have done some improvements, but we would like a little bit more money in there to continue. To put some pathway signs in there, a new county sign. The other one belonged to the navigation district.
The what belongs to them?
It's the navigations district sign that they had out. We took the verbiage off of it because it had the county seal and navigation district on it. So we have the sign structure, we just need a new sign. And then Henderson, again, we increased it by $4,000 for the water well. And then just increased the budget. Looking at signage, trail maintenance, invasive species. Going back to the well here at the courthouse, we had to get the 2 tanks done because of that's why I was getting mixed up, because of the zones on the irrigation. So I guess they're so big.
2 wells, not 2
yeah.
tanks.
What's that?
2 wells, not 2 tanks. You're saying it wrong.
Right, no, that's why I said, that's what I got mixed up.
Yeah.
So this is why I got that mixed up, is because of the zones on the irrigation are so big, we had to have 2 tanks. So he is stating that we have 2 tanks on that. Pressure tanks.
Yeah, I don't know how many
Yeah.
tanks we got.
Yeah.
I think you should, on the zones, the day we met with the irrigation guy, should get him to give you a quote and talk to him some more about making the zones smaller where they take less water. Because he was, to him, $1,000 was a big amount, and the zones here in the sprinkler system are real big, so you're really taking a lot of output on your well. And if you could make them smaller when it was on, it wouldn't be taking that much from the well, because they told us you really don't want to run one of the wells at maximum, or you tend to have issues with them if you pull in everything that it naturally flows, so.
Okay, well, he's gonna be coming
might-
back, he's gonna be coming back up.
You might
'cause-
ask him about that. I just, to me, his attitude, probably because he dealt with people's yards, was, he thought that was a lot of money, but if we make it smaller and it's less load on our
Right.
wells that we have, in the long run, I think
Okay.
it'll pay off.
He's gonna be coming back up. I had Curtis Construction come out, who was working in on this irrigation lines so that we can bore underneath the road and connect and miss Colin would be involved, just that we miss all the fiber lines. But when he does, I'll call you, so you can
That's scary.
come back. I know,
Drilling
that's,
under.
that's the part we're a little worried about, but,
I thought there was already something drilled under there. One of the
well,
conversations was I was
they
in
come
on-
across to the front of the community center.
Uh-huh.
But then going from the community center to the corner of the courthouse is the question.
Oh,
That's the
okay.
concerning
Yeah.
part. So,
Yeah, 'cause
Colin and I
we're
met
talking about
out with him.
Digging that one right past the wall on this,
on this corner.
yeah, on the southwest
Yeah.
corner of the building.
So,
How
anyway.
many, how many new wells are we looking at?
Well, we would like to do a well at the pathway sites that the county owns. And then we're looking to do the well for a county property or facility, just the one for this building, the plaza and the community center.
Okay.
So,
All right.
that's it.
Thank you, Renee.
Easy
gonna-
day for you, huh?
We're going to take a 5-minute break. Please. Thank you. All right, we are back in session. Renee, before you go, thank you. Thank you. Part of like our statutory like requirements is taking care of our facilities. And Renee, you do a really good job. Thank you.
You do, you and your team, thank you.
Yep. All right. We're gonna move on.
Okay,
Madam
page,
Clerk.
page 20.
Oh,
Oh, I asked Misty if we could
okay. Judge
push
Dupnick,
hers a little and we could go straight to Judge Dupnick.
come on up, Judge.
And page 28 for
28.
hers.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay,
All right, well, I didn't change anything other than just adding to the office furniture and equipment, $1,000 there, but everything else stayed the same.
did you have something in mind, or you're anticipating?
Yeah, some chairs in my office. In storage, they didn't hold up very well. I mean, you can grab it and try to move it, and
It
the
comes
exterior
apart.
of the chair just peels off. Yeah, it's not good.
You don't need any lawsuits from somebody sitting in a chair and having it collapsing.
Oh, well, it's not gonna collapse.
Oh, okay.
They're really, really good chairs. Too bad somebody can't recover them. I really like the chairs, but the PU leather they use or whatever, I mean, you can take and just rub your finger real hard down it and it just
Just
goes apart. And the seats is, where people sit are all coming apart.
All right. Well,
Okay.
that was easy. Thanks.
Okay?
Thank you.
Have a good
Anything
day.
else? Okay. That was easy. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Did you want to do Iris or me?
Or Iris,
Oh,
can we
Iris.
go to Iris
Okay.
if that's
Is she
okay?
here?
Miss Iris.
Oh, I didn't even see her. You're perfectly
I'm not
blind.
going anywhere,
Trying
so
to
it
slip
works if they're
in.
waiting.
She's one of those
Right.
big spenders, so she not be seen.
Well, let's see what you say after this.
Okay, page 109.
109?
109, yes, sir.
All right, Miss Iris. Good morning.
Okay, on maintenance agreements, I went down on that because we only have one, I only have one thing coming out, and that's just the synthetics from Autographics, which is the book covers and annotations and things like that for the books on the card catalog. But I did go up on telephone because apparently we've been going over on telephone. So I went up 100 on that.
Oh,
You did?
I left it the same just because when we, for next round of workshops, we will go through the utility bills, phone bills, and
Okay.
kind of come up with a like 5% increase or,
Okay.
and we will take care of that number.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well then. The only other thing was conferences and dues. Next year, we're looking at going to library conference. So that one, we probably will need a little bit more on that. We didn't go this year, but we will be going next year.
Who all attends that?
Ma'am?
Who all, when you say will go, who all goes?
I take one of my staff members with me.
Thank you.
And
So Iris, when y'all go to them, do y'all buy books and stuff?
no, we try to do the giveaways first before I buy any. And usually when I buy, the friends give us money to buy books with when we're there.
But, at those conferences, my wife's a librarian, so I got turned into a pack mule.
Yes,
back in-
yes, they give a lot of
Because-
free books, so
because
we
at
have, we take suitcases and
Because at
and
the
everything else
end-
we can take
Because at
to
the
pack the
end of
books
the
in.
deal, the booksellers cut the prices where they don't have to carry it back home. Like the last day, they'll slash the prices and
Yes,
where they don't have to take them home with them. and
yes, we come
they're
loaded
way
back
cheaper
sometimes.
than you can buy them.
Yes. So, no, we come back loaded, so.
Used to have a
no.
truckload of
That's the best part about going to conference. And then the only other thing that I went up on was books, another 1,000 on books. The prices are not going down, they're going up. So now the average cost for a book is $35. And even though we get discounts, unfortunately, since Baker and Taylor is out, we would get 45.5% off Baker and Taylor. They're out of business, so now I think the most that we get is maybe 15 to 20% off on books now.
But to date, you spent about 3,000 out of
Yes,
the
ma'am.
25,000.
Right now, because most of it is in the fall. I keep up with the new books right now, but most of our spending, we start spending in the fall after our summer program.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
Just buy them early enough
I
that you
know.
get the invoices before the end of the year.
I know, she always tells me that. I go, I know. Plus, I get sometimes a better pricing in the fall too, so. And I think that is it on that. The only other thing, I know we're not doing anything with salaries or anything like that. The only thing that I am requesting, because I am looking ahead into the future, is making one of my part-time positions a full-time position. And the reason being is, for 35 years, the library has been an accredited library. And our population is growing here in Aransas County, and the state requires that we have a MILS librarian or somebody with their degree on staff full-time. I've got a part-timer, so I'm looking to make her full-time.
What is MILS?
Masters of Information and Library Science.
Okay.
And from what the state gives me, the 2025, their population for Rockport, Aransas County, in 2025 was 24,745. We require a full-time librarian when we have a population of 25,001 and over. And it seems to be growing every year. Back in 2023, it was 23,860. In 24, it was 24,253, the population for Aransas County. So it seems to be growing more and more. And in order for the library to stay accredited, because we should be an accredited library since the county funds us, I need to have a librarian with their degree full-time. And so, and it, again, it's getting to where eventually I'm looking ahead, not only for the library, but myself also. And I am grandfathered in, however, I'm not always going to be here. So.
We're going to
That's
take a
it.
vacation for a little while or what?
I'll be here for a little while, yes.
Might be a shorter
Yes, I
time
do.
than you think.
I'm telling you.
But
All of us.
I'm planning ahead, so
Mhm.
that way, when I do decide to retire, the library's in good standing.
How long have you been with County Hours?
It'll be 41 years in November.
Awesome.
I started off part-time, so, but I do care about the library, so I do want it to stay in good standing whenever it is time for me to go.
So if we get over, once we get over 25,000 officially, we have to-
25,001. Yes, sir. Then we will have to have a full-time employee, and it could be as long as they're employed full-time with their degree, with the MILS degree.
accreditation.
Yes, sir. In order to stay accredited.
So do you ever have, like, retired people that, could you hire somebody like that, or? I mean, there's probably retired librarians living here that maybe we don't even know about.
She already has one.
I have one on staff. Yes, sir. And there are a few others
That's the
here
one
in
you're
town that
talking
do have
about?
their
Is
degree,
that the one you're
yes.
talking about making full-time?
Yes. Yes. So other than that, that is it. That is all I am asking for.
Thank you.
And to consider.
That's good.
Thank you.
Okay, now, Madam Clerk.
Desiree's here. Did you want to go?
plan to be here all day.
Oh, okay. Madam Clerk?
You like to freeze?
Well, since the vote on Monday to get us moved in sooner rather than later, hopefully by the last week of August, things have changed.
Page 19.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Things have changed in what's going to be in the 2027 budget, because most of that should be purchased this year. I've been carrying those same amounts each year since I took office in plans for moving in. And I just got an email from the company that is going to be doing the high-density shelves. I wanted to get an update on any costs in case it had increased, and it has not increased. And Judge Garza and I have spoken that we hope to have that in no later than the end of this year, so that we're not carrying that cost over into next year. So that should be able to be done. The rent, I went ahead and left the rent and storage in there. And I don't know when the Al Johnson building is going to get completely emptied, and that is something that is on my budget. It comes out of general fund. I don't mind it staying on my budget, but as soon as we get that emptied, that will go away. And then as soon as we get the records from Dallas, when that shelving goes in and the fire suppression system is fixed, that $5,000 a month will go away.
Okay, so on rents and leases, 75,000, what are you anticipating as a realistic figure for that?
There should be none if we can get everything here by the end of the year. It should be zero.
So,
That's just for storage.
right.
Under the rents and leases?
Correct.
I would say we shouldn't need the whole year next year.
Yeah, the goal is to have it here by December, but there's things that are out of all of our control. So it may be a few months. I
I mean,
hope not
just
more than that.
Going out for bid for that work.
Right.
We're looking at 90 days minimum,
Yes, sir.
so, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so then what was the next thing you were talking about?
Down in the furniture, that's going to drop dramatically because we are purchasing all that this year. In fact, I've already ordered some of it. And I did save about $1,000 by using some tables that the county attorney is not using in this building. And instead of me ordering new ones, I'm just going to use those. And then I am going to ask for a one-step increase for those who are excelling in their jobs this year, but that'll be discussed later. And then on Fund 350, which I chose page 97, is that correct? That is the funds that pay for the.
Wait a minute.
Oh, sorry.
Page 97?
Maybe it's
Or
98.
98.
Sorry,
The expense, yeah, revenue and expense.
That is what pays, well, that comes in for each document that is filed in my office, is where those funds come from. And then that is what is paying for this co-file project. And it also pays for the Tyler Eagle, which is our official public records program. It comes out of that every year.
And that estimate of revenue is going down,
It did go down this year.
and it's going down next year in what you're proposing. Is that because of the legislative changes or
It
just
is.
less action?
It is absolutely the legislative changes when they took that $1 for every document, because that was $1 for even court records was going to that. And now that $1 going down has dropped us by almost 100,000. It's roughly $100,000 per year. And by the way, that shows the amount of work that my staff does. It was a $1 fee that was taken away, and it's dropped our revenues by about $100,000.
And they'll be in session next year. We're
Yep.
very fearful.
Yep. There, just as a side note, there were 111 statute changes in just my office this year. It is not easy to keep up with everything, and my staff does an amazing job. 440 is shown here, but that's really, we're not using that fund anymore.
Which one is that?
And that was page 118 is what I'm showing.
So it might be 119 for us, I think. we're running
119.
Okay.
One page behind.
And so that is 444, yeah, and that is a we don't put money in, and we're not taking money out of that fund anymore. And so 450,
If
That
you're not
also
putting
was
any in,
rebuilt.
I'm glad you're not taking
Yeah.
any out.
and then Fund 450 is 124. That is another one that is funded.
125.
Oh, 125 for y'all, sorry.
If you're not using that one fund, are you gonna do away with it, or what?
Well, we're kind of waiting to see what legislature says, because that was a fee that was repealed, and over time, they might change the way that you can spend that money, which is kind of a waiting game.
And so now on 450, which for y'all is page 125, again, this is a fund that is funded strictly by the documents filed within my office, and this one pays for that co-file project. And once this co-file project is paid off, which should be October of 2027, as long as we don't have a deficit of funds, that's the projected date, then that will start building again to start the next project, to get the records all electronic, available online, and such.
What was the deadline? Did you say December 2028?
I'm sorry.
When that co-file project will be completed?
It's projected to be paid off on October of 2027.
Oh, okay.
We have, I believe it's 6 more payments without having that in front of me. And as long as the funds keep coming in, we'll meet that deadline. And that is it for county clerk.
Thank you, Misty.
And I've got collections. Melissa is out today on vacation. She would have been here last week, but it got changed, so. The only thing, and I did not put this to
Page
y'all.
30.
Sorry. The only thing I did not give to y'all on this is I went back and looked at what she's actually spent in postage this year, and I think we need to increase that. The minimum, if people are late, that mail-outs go is 4 to our postcards and to our letters, because if they go into show cause hearing, there are certain things we by law have to mail out, and also those mail-out notifications, if they're delinquent, by law have to be mailed out as well.
And the rate's going up next month, is it not?
Yeah. And we're already, I think we're going to be over postage this year for collections, so we definitely need to raise that.
What do you want to raise it to?
I would say probably 800. She only has $149, no, where is it here? $142 left for this year, and we had 400, and we're not even, that was through May. So we're probably going to go over in postage this year for that, but I think we can move around funds that we haven't spent in other places.
So 800, you're
I
recommending?
think 800, yes. Because our criminal filings are rising all the time. It's just, when you have a higher population, you have higher criminal activity. And that's, I think, the only change except for phone, which you said you were going to take care of.
And under conference and association dues, I see there's only been $50 spent.
Her
year to
conference
date.
is in September.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's when the bulk of the expenses will hit.
That's correct.
Okay.
And for county clerk, there are grant funds that we use to pay for a lot of ours. There is not any of those grant funds for collections. Any questions?
Nope.
All right,
No.
thank you.
Was collections on this sheet, Anna, or no?
No, we kind of grouped that together with county clerk.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Oh, I see it.
Mr. Jackson?
Page 24.
Hello. I really haven't made a whole lot of changes. My maintenance line has gone up. Everything with maintenance has gone up. And I am carrying over some projects for this year into next year. So my capital outlay is showing that to continue getting some of our stuff upgraded and hopefully get our email migrated to the cloud.
Are you thinking that 335, 970 is a realistic number?
I believe it is. That kind of holds too with keeping what I've had this year and adding back in the migration, the upgrades for our email services. So it's just kind of adding on top of what I had this year and then continuing to upgrade our email solution and cloud services.
Is that part of what we approved this morning, that
No.
Nutra?
No,
Whatever
that
its
is
name was.
that's a on-premise hardware and software that we have.
And is that an expansion in the cloud?
It is an expansion in the cloud to help because our email solution that we have, obviously, we do see issues where it's not as responsive. People complain about being able to search when their mailboxes are large.
I get the notices every other day.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I'm not calling anyone out, but they may be in this room that they're unable to search their mailbox. But that is some of the things we're trying to alleviate by moving it to a hosted solution where we're not having to worry about on-premise capacities.
So that nuisance will go away? Are you
It
promising?
will help significantly. I can't say for people whose mailboxes are extremely large, but for majority of the users, it'll go away.
Will we be seeing a new website this year?
By the end of this year, we should see the final design with a launch sometime in 2027.
27, we would see it in that year. Okay.
Yes.
And where is that expense?
That expense
Contained.
is contained in my 570 as well as my maintenance line of
Okay.
professional services. It's kind of split up between multiple lines.
So it doesn't look so big?
It doesn't look so big. Because part of it is professional services. Some of it's the hosting of it.
Okay. And probably the bulk of that will be paid next year?
Yes.
Okay.
And we're still waiting on the contract to be signed.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we haven't got the contract yet back from legal or,
Juice box?
yeah. Juicebox has sent back their draft, and I believe everyone's agreed to the draft. I just haven't seen it come to the court yet. Eric and I were talking about getting it on for the last June Commissioners Court, and I didn't see it on there. So I'm going to try to push for it to be on this first July one. Because they've been doing a lot of work.
Yeah, they
Juicebox
have.
has done quite a lot of work, and we still don't have a contract. So they're working on the honor system right now. And I applaud them for that, but I'm sure they're going to want a contract.
On these maintenance agreements, how many different agreements do you have in there? And it's not just you, it's throughout the county, right?
It is throughout the county. I don't have a total count of them. I could count the line real quick. There are a lot.
A lot.
And most of them have gone up at least 5%. Tyler Tech sent me their letter. I got it like 2 weeks ago, and that is in here. Theirs has gone up from 136,000 to 145,000, something like that. Or no, they went up from 145 to 170. I'm sorry.
Oh, my.
So,
Okay.
Thanks, Colin.
you're welcome. And I will say the phone line item, my 421 line, that will go down when we relinquish, when we move out of the building across town.
Lulu's? I mean, the next door to Lulu's?
Right. Right now, that connectivity to that building is about $2,500 a month.
So it should go down even in 2026?
It'll go down in 2026, and then
In 2027.
that will reduce in 2027.
And what'd you say that amount was? About
It's
2,500?
about $2,500 a month.
Thank you.
We could reduce that now for next year, right? Because we're not gonna be in there.
We could.
Is that 30 grand or something like that?
You want to get me a new number?
I'll get you a number.
Okay.
I'll have that and, yeah, I'll get you that.
Okay.
Yay.
Okay, I'm gonna
Right.
highlight this.
All right.
Okay.
Any other questions for Colin? Cool. Thank you, Colin.
You're welcome.
Do you want to adjourn for lunch?
Yep, we're gonna adjourn for lunch.
Move to adjourn for lunch, if we need to move.
Second?
Commissioner Cheney?
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline?
Aye.
Commissioner Russo?
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick?
Aye.
Judge Garza?
Hi. All right, be back at 1 o'clock after lunch. All right, we are back in open session.
Okay,
And-
so,
Oh, hold. I need a motion to open, sorry.
Sorry.
Do I have
Move
a motion?
to open the workshops again?
Second.
Got a motion and a second.
Commissioner Cheney?
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline?
Aye.
Commissioner Russo?
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick?
Aye.
Judge Garza?
Aye, motion passes. We're in open session.
okay, so I real quickly wanted to update you. We were talking this morning when Gavin was here about postage for his department. And no expenses ever came out of that postage line. Well, when I got back to the office, Laura mentioned to me that Gavin does have postage, but it's been coming out of his miscellaneous line because there's never been a budget in his postage line. So I went in right now and switched those, took it out of miscellaneous, put it in postage.
Okay, so it doesn't come out of non-departmental?
No, sir.
Okay.
And what is his page number again?
His page
41?
number is 42.
42.
So I added 300 back into his postage line, and then the 150 that was in miscellaneous, which is account 470, I zeroed that out.
That's good. And so the $84 that's in there for this year is probably for postage?
It is. Yes, ma'am, I did check that
Okay.
after I got back to the office.
If that was the biggest number we had to worry about, we'd be in good shape.
I know.
Does Doc not have postage?
He has not. Nothing has.
All right.
I mean, you would think if the JP is doing it, the postage would come out of there.
I guess he
Ruben's
does
not
have.
here. It's Monday. Ruben doesn't work on Mondays, but if you look at his budget, did he turn in a sheet?
Who?
Ruben.
Oh, Ruben, he did come to our office and did tell us that he is not changing anything, not requesting anything. Just keep it the same, and
He-
he wasn't going to come.
Okay,
to
he went
budget
up
workshop.
2,500 on miscellaneous.
He sure did. Did he explain what that was for?
2,500? Let me go and check that. Why am I not going down? Okay, I'm frozen.
Call in.
It won't move.
There he is.
Hey.
It's Roman.
Oh, no, look. Maybe hit save. No.
It's not gonna. Yeah, the app froze.
Especially since it's under miscellaneous.
Computer's not back from lunch yet.
No.
But it might be something that he's showing the miscellaneous that should go to something else
Right.
also.
Could be.
Do you want to
Well-
get with him and find out?
What I was gonna say, with the miscellaneous, I believe what he does is that's where he uses when he assists a veteran that needs fuel or something, and then he also helps with some, monuments, or not monuments,
Oh,
but
that's
the
what it
markers
was.
for the
Grave
graves
marker.
and stuff.
That's what it was for,
Yeah.
the markers.
And he's just expecting to do more of those next year?
I believe he's had quite a few, requests, yes, ma'am.
Probably more people finding out if he's doing it.
He also does some donations, I think, for some of the, like,
I thought those stones-
American Legion
I
and
thought
stuff
those
like
stones
that.
were free, the basic ones.
I don't know. There's some markers that are free, but I think he does they have some other
Yeah.
stuff that he helps with.
He did tell me, and I just cannot remember what he told me.
There's probably a note, but she can't get to it.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
up there.
I did tell Roman that since Ruben was not going to be here for his time slot, that Roman can
Okay.
go into that spot.
Do you have a note for that 25?
No, I do not. There is not a note here.
We'll find out and I'll bring it back. to the
Yes,
board.
yes.
But if you look at the history on it, he's spent about $3,000 each time. He had reduced it, and now it's going back up. The actuals for 23, 24, 25 were over $3,000.
All right. Roman, you want to come on up?
Is he on here?
Bear with me, I haven't done this in a few years.
What page is that, Tana?
It is page 21. No, it's not.
Okay.
Sorry, let me get. Here, okay. 40, page 40.
How are you, Joan?
Fine, thank you. Get ready for Friday and Saturday.
So, I guess right now it has no change, but are there any changes you want to make for?
I would like a clothing allowance, so I can get a couple of shirts.
So I didn't understand what you said. Say it again.
A clothing allowance?
Oh, clothing allowance, okay.
And I was gonna ask for a radio, but I found out the radios are $8,500. I'll wait on that. I'll wait on that.
So put in a line item for uniforms?
I will add that,
Okay.
yes.
Then-
I won't add it right now.
Okay.
But
But I see where we also are allocating more to the individual fire departments, right?
yes, ma'am, that does go up every year, and we do project a 3% increase.
Okay, that's fine.
Sounds good.
And I was
So-
requesting a laptop, but I'm told that they might have a couple of old ones. If I can get an old used laptop, I'm happy with that.
There might be one that's not
Colin, you got any?
too old or too used.
We have some that are retiring, but not that run Windows 11.
Oh,
So that
we
one
can
I
get-
had didn't.
I do not believe yours did.
So to get Roman a laptop, you don't have a laptop?
No, sir.
Oh. How much should we put down?
It depends on what kind of laptop. If we're looking at like a tough book, if he's going to be moving it around in and out of the field, a normal laptop is going to break pretty quick. If it's going to be stationary at a desk, that's one thing. But if you're going to be
Basically, when I get an office, it'll stay at the office or it'll go with me to my house and it'll stay in the vehicle. I don't
Not in the field.
I don't like taking it
not in
out.
a vehicle, it'll melt.
Well,
If it's riding with you in the vehicle.
yeah, I know how to take care of them pretty good. Yeah, I will.
It's not
I
your
don't like
first
taking them
radio.
out to the actual site itself because it can be pretty messy. I like to keep it out of sight, out of mind, take my notes on a piece of paper, and then afterwards transfer everything.
Okay, then, I mean, we can get away with 900 to 1,500, depending on the size of the laptop.
So are we going to add that into his budget or yours?
For our first purchase, I'll put it in his, and then I'll take it over and add it to my new
Okay.
inventory replacements.
Okay. Okay, 1,500 we'll put in, is that
Yeah.
okay for y'all? Okay.
That'll have all the programs and everything he needs.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And how much in a uniform budget do you?
How much are shirts?
300-400, I'm happy. Just, I don't know what the shirts are cutting out with the embroidery and everything. I'm not asking for much.
A lot.
You have one, do you know how much they
Oh,
cost?
I was gonna say, look at the sheriff's and then divide by how many people he's got. That might be at least one or two people.
You got new shirts. What? How much did your shirts cost?
This was like $40.
Yeah, see, 2 shirts, couple of pullovers, couple of T-shirts, it'd be about 300.
300.
300?
I'm
Okay.
not picky at all.
Okay, we can do
We'll start there. All right.
All right, then.
Cool. All right. Thank you, Ruben.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess we'll keep an ear out for a radio. I didn't think they were that much. That's why I don't have a radio, because they're too expensive.
8,500 to me is a lot of money.
Take care.
You know, we
Oh,
were
there's
talking
Desiree.
about.
I didn't
fire-
recognize you without the shawl.
So we were talking about, being the fire departments were right below there. Have we ever looked at using healthcare sales tax for some of that? Since they probably all have healthcare items on their trucks, and
No, that's not a discussion that we've ever,
maybe look into it and see,
okay,
I mean, that'd be better than a general fund.
it would. You're right. Okay.
Desiree?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think I'm page 33, but I'm not positive.
Maybe 34 by now. You seem to be running a page
Oh, sorry.
ahead.
34.
Not prepared, yes. 34.
Okay, I don't really have changes. I got rid of my furniture budget. And then I just wanted to point out, I don't get our health insurance. So the past 3 years, it's been about $10,000. So it should be about the same this year. We just don't cut it in case I do add it later, or if I leave and someone else adds the insurance.
But you're not planning to leave, are you?
I'm not. I hope to retire here.
And I know I talked, I think, with Tana, maybe last Friday, and the insurance estimates will come down for the group insurance, because it was based on that 15%
Yes, ma'am.
increase we were looking at. So those adjustments will show on the next iteration
On
we
your
get.
next printed copy, it will. And I do have that number is reflected, though. I've already entered in that decreased amount. So if you see on the screen, it'll show a different amount than what you have.
But all my notes are on these pages.
Yes.
Thank you, Desiree.
You're welcome. And I just want to say I'm going to be here all day, so if you have questions about the salary study, like earlier Judge McGinnis was talking about giving Laura an increase. If y'all do approve the salary study options, she would get either a 3 or 4-step increase, depending on what you choose.
Okay, I wondered if she was one of the covered.
She was.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you for that information.
And I would like to point out that elected officials were included in the salary study, and 8 of them are slated to get significant increases if y'all do approve it. So,
Well, that'll make Jeff Hutt happy.
yes, I wanted to point that out.
And it is a more significant increase than all of the employees at that.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
You're saying that to the lowest paid elected official, I think.
Kevin? Good afternoon, Kevin.
Hello. Page 32.
Yeah.
So I don't really have anything special on my budget request this year. The cost for temporaries is going down, and that's just because next year's going to be a lower election year. There's only one anticipated election the county's going to have to pay for. And maintenance agreements, the $2,700 is normal cost increases as by the contracts. With one exception, I am possibly looking at switching document management systems for election records and voter registration records. There would be a $725 increase per year for that compared to what we're already paying, which is negligible considering it would increase the efficiency in our office greatly.
And you said that's a change in election document management?
Yes. It's a program we use for our voter registration records primarily.
When do you plan on taking that to the court?
Probably here pretty soon. I do have funds in my election services contract fund to pay for the first year in implementation fees. So it would only cost the county that $725 extras. I just wanted to get with Colin on some technical things on that before I move forward with it.
And that would be in 27 or
Yes,
26?
It would be 27. You would see that increase in 27.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know, I'm like, why you're.
Ms. Marshall?
You're the only one left, you didn't catch on.
Yeah, wanted to make sure.
They're giving you a stare down. over
I
there.
know, it was great. I was just pausing for a minute. There's not a whole lot of changes except for my professional services, as you all know, because we're switching the software. But the good thing is even adding that initial conversion fee, True Automation's fees were going up quite a bit. So that would have went up almost, I think it was like, from last year's was 28, we were going up to 30, close to 38 this year, and that's including everything that I pay for, the data and everything. So there's not much of a difference on that one, plus what the entities are bringing in, it's gonna help us. So my budget with bringing the entities' money in was only gonna be total of like $3,000 more for the year. And I was trying to keep everything else conservative to help balance it out, to get rid of that fee in 1 year instead of stretching it out, because then next year, we're gonna be saving quite a bit of money.
The conversion fee?
Yes, yes. Even with going back to just the 25,000 for the yearly, going from 25,000 to the difference with True Automation would have been, gonna be saving quite a bit. The only other thing I just noticed, and I forgot to talk to Tana about, is my temporary. We were going to possibly put that back on there permanently, because having Marcia come back in and help post taxes last year, since I've been struggling to try to keep a full staff, helped a lot. We got less people calling saying, why are my taxes not posted? I mailed them to you. Because we get all that mail in the mail and credit cards, and we have to rely on when the girls are not working the counter, which they're working the counters nonstop these days, to post those taxes. So I had Marcia come in, and that's just basically what she did. She was here temporary. She came in 2 or 3 days a week. And then I see that we had only cost us $3,600. Most of the time, my budget offsets that, because even right now, I'm down 1 person. So and I don't know when I'm gonna be able to promote, because right now, that position that I'm lacking is a promotion. It's not someone I can hire from outside, and I do not have anybody to promote right now, because everybody's fairly still new, and they're all still learning, and I can't promote somebody and expect them to train somebody or lead somebody when they can't, we need to train them better to see what we're gonna do. So I'm saving money there, but I can't get rid of my lead position, because I still need it.
So do you propose putting in 3,600 for temporary? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
You want 36?
I know last year was 3,620.
So maybe we should go like 38, 4,000?
Yeah, we do like the 4,000, like I said, even if we don't use it. And it's split usually between 2 budgets, because she starts in December.
True.
Or if I can get her here in November. Last year, she started in December because the bills went out later. This year, they're gonna go out in October. Keep your fingers crossed.
Because
If
we
I can
don't
get
have a
converted
bond.
over and get on time, I'm hoping bills will go out in October this year. So I should be able to bring her in sooner so we can, and part of that will be from this year's budget anyway, which I have anyway, because I've been kind of short-staffed.
So if it's gonna split maybe more so of this year, then maybe 3,500 for next
Okay.
year.
Because technically, next year, well, you got the beginning of the year and then the end of the year. So it's still it'll start balancing itself out next year. This year will be a little different. It's gonna use some of what's not budgeted, which it'll be there.
The attrition will be there.
Yes. Yeah.
So put in 3,500 and see how it goes.
Okay.
With that? You mean Marcia, who used to work with you?
Huh?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Marcia was
like-
was our bookkeeper for years,
I was
and she
thinking, why is our
retired.
lawyer working?
No, mom. Tana's mom.
Okay.
Yes, no. She was our bookkeeper for years, and then she retired with us, and then I like bringing her back. She
Oh, that's
don't want to get used to being retired all the time. Plus, she's awesome. I can't praise enough how much it helped us out last year. She really dug us out of a hole.
It's just decided you're hiring a temporary off the street, you hire somebody that's very qualified to do the job. Makes it a lot smoother on you.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. And we will have to do a little training with her this year, because we are going
Because
to the
the
new
new
system.
software,
New
yeah.
software. But I'm pretty sure she'll be able to grasp it really quick. Because I actually am going to ask her to come in for training. While we go through training. So, but like I said, I try to keep everything else. We'll see postage. I don't know. I'm grasping that we're not going to need more, but I hope not. But with the way the postage keeps going up and up every year, it's going to be a tight one for me, but we'll get it.
Okay.
The only other thing was just a little bit of maintenance contracts did increase a little bit. I had to retire a money scanner this year. They would no longer support it, so I had to get a new one. So the new contract, it was just a little bit higher. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Judge Bianchi will be here tomorrow morning at 9. Sarita, want to come up?
Is someone letting the other ones know that we might be moving forward? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And what page is?
Oh, sorry. Let me get there. Page 201 is your, and then we're also going to do indigent fund as well. Okay, so you want to start with this one, 530?
That's fine.
Okay.
So it's 201?
Page 201, yes, ma'am. The Assistance Department Fund, 530.
Okay.
So, we were just gonna ask if we could go up a little bit on our office supplies since our folders have gone up for the patient's information. And I'm now have to buy our own envelopes, and since we're, in our own office, so we're gonna have a few extra expenses, so I was gonna see if you would maybe go up to 1,500 on it. And then on our conferences, last year, we kind of went over, so because of the hotel rates and parking has gotten to be really expensive, so I was gonna ask if it could go up $1,000 so that we would have 3,000 in the budget to make sure that we can go to the conferences.
How many people go to the conferences?
There's 2 of us.
And you both go to all the conferences?
Yes, ma'am.
How many are there?
This year, Tina is going to go to the IHS conference in Bernie next month. And then we're both going to go to the TICA conference, which is held in Galveston in October. And then as IHS updates their software, then we go according to that. If we can do it online for free, we will. But it's always a good idea for us to go every so often so that we can get the whole, for us to learn all of the different things, because when we do it online, Chris goes really fast and you have to listen fast, but when you go to the classes, it's 8 hours and you can write things down better and learn more.
There's nothing been expended this year for conferences?
We have 2,000 for this year. Yes,
But
ma'am.
nothing has been expended yet?
No, ma'am, because the first conference will be next month for Tina, and then we go in October.
And do you know what those rates are right now?
In Bernie, they, I think she said it was like, right off the top of my head, I don't remember. But it's gonna cost about $400 or $500. And then the one in October, we booked our rooms, and it's, about $250 something per person, plus the parking. And then, of course, the mileage for going up there, whatever. But this hotel in Galveston seems to be a little bit more reasonable than the ones we've had in the past. So, because they were like over $200 a night. And then the other one was on our office furniture. We have some furniture in our office that has been there since Marvin Wicks, which is quite a long time ago. And it's really beginning. I can't shut one of my cabinets that we're supposed to have locked for HIPAA. So at some point we may have to replace it. And we looked at the cost of them, and it's not cheap.
Are those file cabinets?
Yes, ma'am.
So you price them and they're $2,000?
Actually, it's $13 to $1,800, depending on if you get a 5-drawer or 6-drawer. So, you know, we're going to put it off as long as possible, but.
Well, if those records need to be locked, I'd recommend, since you have $2,000 in the budget for this year, that you get that cabinet and get it locked. Because they can come and do audits and make
Yes,
sure
ma'am.
records are locked when they're supposed to be.
Yes, ma'am.
So if that happens, then you would need the $2,000 for next
You
year.
do have the 2,000 in this year's budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it would be a worthwhile expenditure.
Okay.
Is there other furniture that you need to buy though?
We were going to look into maybe getting laterals for our desks so that we have, because like I said, some of the furniture is really rickety. And if we could get the laterals, we could wait till next year. We can live with it through this year. It's not, we've done it this long, but, you know, if we would be allowed to do it next year, we would be most appreciative to do that.
I was going to say you might check too, we've had several departments that have gotten stuff, and there may be some really good desks and some good stuff that you can use from them.
Okay.
I know we've pulled some for some of the district judges' offices.
I did check with Miss Renee if she had an extra cabinet that locked, and she did not. So I did go that route to see if that was possible, but it didn't pan out.
All right.
Okay, next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, she's not done.
That's right.
Oh.
Sorry. Let me get to indigent. We're at page 144 for Fund 520, indigent healthcare.
We haven't even, we're only about halfway to the 4% of the GRTL this year. We've had a lot more expenses this year, but we're still just probably halfway to what was budgeted. I think that the amounts in this is fine for next year because we stay pretty much the same.
And I'd asked Jackie, I think, about that transfer, and you said you were going to wait till the end of the year to determine if that was going to be made or
Yes,
not.
ma'am. And with what Sarita said, she's correct. We haven't used it, but we will definitely look when we get the tax levy because it has to be 8% of the tax
Right.
levy. So we will have those numbers later on before we adopt budget.
Okay.
In case there is anything that really needs to change.
Thank you, Jackie.
Good. All right. Thank
So that's it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Sarita.
Thank you.
Then me. All right, we'll go to page 18.
Page 18.
18?
Is it 18?
22.
Page 22. And I'm gonna make some changes now. On line 310, for office supplies, I wanna go down to 20,000. Down on rents and leases, we got 300,000 there. Go down to 200,000.
Rents and leases, go down to
Is that on, oh, there it is. Yeah, I was gonna ask about that
Possibly
question.
maybe be able to even go lower than that.
Yeah.
What
Judge.
page are you on?
It's-
22.
It's below, oh, I'm sorry, they're on page 22.
Okay.
Since we won't have any more building leases, we should be able to
We'll just have-
significantly, right. And that one's $90,000.
And so what's the 300,000 changing to?
That,
200,000 right now.
I would even suggest 100.
100? I'm good with that.
Okay, sounds good. And are we still going, and this might be what you're all talking about, but I'm not sure. So the storage that we rent, I think from Mr. Johnson for records and that, will we still be doing that?
Until we get everything out of there. That has been split between the county clerk and the district
Okay.
clerks. But I think that the intent is to get everything out of there as soon as possible.
When things are done upstairs?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
great. I wasn't sure what all was included in that rent and leases under 409.
I think even at this point, once Misty gets everything that she needs out of there, I think the district clerks have most everything out of there. Renee's intent is to maybe get some smaller buildings, things that we have to keep that are climatized, and have a significant reduction in the cost.
Great, thank you.
On line item 425, conferences and association dues. Maybe increase it. We're gonna have a new commissioner.
Well, that'll be in your
It's on the other-
Oh, it's on the other one?
commissioner's budget, yes, sir.
Okay.
So who's in this conferences and association dues?
This is, who's funded by this department is Tracy and L are in the
And
non-departmental.
My assistant, or
Yes.
administrative assistant, okay.
So Tracy,
Yeah, it's not Tracy.
Ashley-
I'm sorry, I had that backwards. It is your assistant. Tracy is actually in the Commissioner's Court budget.
So Ashley and Elle are paid out of this
Correct.
department?
Equipment rental. We could probably slash that in half.
That,
To 15,000? Maybe reduce it by 10?
that's the postage machine, I
That's what I
believe,
thought.
copiers, some of that stuff, so.
25,000?
I'll highlight this and we can go back and look.
Maybe 15, but can we just highlight it and
Yeah.
look? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we go back to this and we'll.
So that's non-departmental. Back to Commissioner's Court.
Oh, okay. That is page 18. Okay, so.
Just an increase in postage, and then this is where conferences and dues, we're gonna have to go up for,
So
venue.
we did put that at
Okay.
15,000. Did you want more?
No, that's
Okay.
fine. You already got it in there. Travel and meals should be the same.
We normally charge where when you're more local in daily, your hurricane conference in Robstown, we normally will charge to that line item, 488, or if you attend any meetings in Corpus Christi, just kind of day trips.
Oh, okay.
We normally charge to this. It's your official conferences that are overnight stays that go to that
The other one?
425.
Oh, okay. We could submit for trips to Corpus? What?
Yes, when you do go outside, because your mileage that you do get now, your travel allowance, does cover you only in Aransas County.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Basically.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Might have to go up on that. No furniture increase. I've got tore up furniture, but I'm gonna save it till it's broken. That's about it.
They get the couch back too.
The couch, Colin has it.
What's the deal? What, are you stealing our couch?
Well, it's he kind of taped the entire thing because the pleather's coming off.
It's doing the same thing that Judge Dupnick's chairs are doing.
Yeah, so it's up in his
So are
office.
his.
And it's, yeah. You don't want
Tape
it.
is cheap.
That's it for me.
Okay, so we're ready for extension?
Yeah, just on time. Hey, Megan. Good
Hi,
afternoon.
how are y'all doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. Okay, so
Let me get to that page.
we're not
here.
asking for a lot, but we are asking for something this year.
Page 61.
Okay, does it, Tana's have our quote for the conference room?
It does. It
Okay.
is down here.
Okay, perfect. So, the major thing, I mean, we have some small increases. One, our vehicle's getting a little older, so going up on that a little bit for repairs, we thought was wise, not a lot. It did try to leave me on the side of the road last week, but it's a small fix, not a big fix, we discovered today. So, hopefully it will still keep rocking and rolling for, I would say, hope at least 2 more years. And then the big item that we have on the list is upgrading our presentation stuff in our conference room for education. So we've been relying on a projector, which has worked decently well. Occasionally, Colin comes out, but right now that one's broken, the one hanging from the ceiling. And so we've been relying on a traveling, like a projector that, you know, I can take to a meeting somewhere outside of the office to use in that room. The reason projector is not ideal for that room is it does get a lot of light. We have a big door at the front of the room, so it is harder to see when you're in there, which I know a couple of y'all have been there, and for presentations, you have to turn the lights off for everybody to see really well. And so when I came here and saw the TVs in this beautiful room, I was like, hey, Colin, what would TVs cost as a replacement for the projector, knowing that I can see everything on the TV from very far away in bright light. And so educational-wise, I think people can write notes a little better, right? And so we did go work with Colin and the procurement office for a quote. We've only received one. We did reach out to 3 companies and only one came out to do the quote. It is currently for 5 TVs, trying to get them starting at the front of the building, which the front education side of the building, and then starting to work its way around. Things that we can do to make this quote smaller, because right now it is at $25,184.36. If that is too much, and I can tell you why we want to go, more around the building. There are ways, I think we could do 3 TVs at minimum to be ideal, and doing 3 TVs, we reduce that cost, working through the quote, to about $18,365. On top of that, we have a 3 months, and I talked to the person who gave us the quote, which is Blue Wave. I said, would we be able to split this invoice if need be, partial in this year and partial in the next, where we can make a partial purchase on some items for this year, like December, and a partial purchase in January, which I assume is allowed, but if it's not, y'all can tell me. Because we do have
Jackie's shaking her head.
Tana's shaking her head.
You do not have any money
Well,
for this year.
I was going to say,
I'm
there
gonna
isn't
say-
anything in that budget line.
There's none in that budget line, but we do have a $5,500 savings from not having an ag and natural resource agent for 3 months. And
Salaries can't be.
salaries cannot you use like that line item? Okay, so, I learned things coming here.
So do we.
Yeah, exactly.
This is your
That's why we
continuing
have lots of
education.
knowledgeable people, right? And so then 3 TVs would be at 18,365, which I think would be the minimum amount needed for that room for people to.
What kind of
Question, though?
Mhm.
Oh,
What kind of
sorry.
TVs are you gonna use that cost, or is there a lot of wiring involved in it?
It's
or-
wiring, and Colin could probably speak better to this than I can if you want to see. Would it
Sure,
help?
Yes, let me see the quote again, please. So so to do this, the whole project, it would need a complete rewire out there to add the infrastructure, actually put these TVs in. And they're also not small TVs. They are 75 inches and bigger. I mean, they're fairly large screen TVs.
What size are these, just for comparison?
This TV up on the ceiling is about a 65-inch TV.
Okay.
That is a 75-inch, and we're
So it'd
looking at
be-
85 or bigger.
So it would be about that size?
It would be that size and bigger.
Okay. So 3 of those and the electrical.
And the
reworking.
electrical and all the wiring to do it, as
Mhm.
well as the labor to program
So
everything.
we never have got good Wi-Fi out there, you know, most
We've got
places now, but-
Wi-Fi out there. This is the audio video. When they built that building, audio video wasn't a big thing back then. Teleclasses and web that kind of where we have high interactive classes wasn't really a big thing back then. Now it's shifted where you have a lot more virtual presentations, you have a lot more hands-on, someone's trying to show something, and you have a room full of people, and the people, they're all trying to look at a projector screen from the back of the room, they can't see it. This would put screens around the room, so even if they have a packed room, everybody would have a vantage point to see what's going on. Even if they're showing something on like a desk, they'd be able to have a camera showing something on a desk, or if they're doing one of the future upgrades that were kind of built into this, but it's not included in this proposal, would be able, if they're doing demonstration cooking
How
at their
big is that
kitchen
room?
and stuff.
How big is the room?
Oh, it's big.
It's larger than this room. It's a fairly large
So,
sized room that
do
has
we
a
have
single projector at the front.
Do we
of the
have an idea about, something similar to this right here, how big a room that is designed to handle?
That
So they're
that
not like that
size
anymore.
TV there is
Used
not
to, you had a
designed
certain size, you
without
had to
more
be
than
farther
one
away, but
TV.
the TVs are different where it doesn't-
You would have to have more than one TV in any
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry. Say it
So
again.
the projector projects about 110 inches is what a
Okay.
projector typically is, about a 110-inch screen. To do a TV screen at 110 inches, you're looking at a high cost. So
Yeah.
we break that out with several smaller screens.
Yeah, we know it's a big ask, and that's why we're asking, but we're trying to make our conference room a little more friendly to the education we provide. I mean, some of our stuff leans towards an older population too, and the projector has just been very difficult. And that projector that had been hanging there, that's been our second one since I've been employed here, so 7.5 years. And even as that one broke numerous times, and it is difficult to see.
It is difficult to see,
Mhm.
because we were there recently for those junior master naturalists, or whatever that program was called.
Yes.
And you're talking about hundreds of people utilizing that.
We regularly have anywhere from 60 to 100 people in that room. At least, I would say on the higher end, at minimum, once to twice a month, especially for programs that Katie does. And then what happens too is when we have even smaller programs, they tend to be more hands-on. So think about my cooking classes, things like that, where I'm trying to be in the kitchen, but also teach to the projector at the front of the room, makes it a little bit more difficult. And so with the TVs coming up, and hopefully eventually another one on the kitchen side for a later upgrade, they'll be able to see what I'm doing in the kitchen, and face me at the same time. Now they would be able to, look at the screens at the side and see what the demonstration kitchen's doing.
If you're giving as a regular basis, like healthcare, home, anything that you did with healthcare,
Mhm.
does that make that eligible for some healthcare sales tax?
I would say not, well, the screens, they wouldn't be 100% health.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that, but could healthcare sales tax pick some of that up?
I would have to look at that. We've already used some for the garden.
The community garden,
For
yes.
the community garden. So
Mhm.
I'm not sure, Commissioner, if it would be
Well, it seems
an
to me like,
authorized
it seems to me
use.
like that, you know, if you had CPR training or whatever it is
Mhm.
that you have out there that can be done in that building, that a lot of it has to do with healthy living.
Well, and we make an argument and extension that a lot of our programs are mental health oriented because community is mental
I'm not
health.
saying from the whole
But, you know.
We'll look at the statutes on it and review it and.
Okay.
And
Well, and one other question that we did have is, can this also be split with A&M, like all the other information technology?
As far as I know, it's only computers that can be cost shared. I will, because I think we tried to do that when we got the projector to see if that was something that could work. But I will double check with our tech people there.
Okay.
Could we just agree to put in for 3 television sets? And then if later it
How
works
much
and.
did you say that was, Megan?
It was-
18?
She said it would be 18.5.
Right.
And that's
An estimate.
rough math based off of anywhere where it said, 4. I just did math to divide it out. And so it would be 8, that with just 3 TVs was roughly 18,365.
So we can say 18.5, okay.
I'm way too specific. And granted, he did say because this is an invoice in, May, that prices can change. They can go up, they can go down.
They can't go down.
Hopefully down, right? That's what we always wish for. And then I think the only other thing we asked for was our when it came to salaries was our admin secretary, the raise for her. And then that's it.
But we're not exactly talking about those.
No, that's the only other thing. I think that's really the only other big thing in there. All right.
Sounds good.
All right. Anything else I can help you out with today?
Thank you, Megan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Katie.
Megan, this is Katie's card. Thank you. Yes, you're welcome.
Mr. Brown.
You're welcome. Bye, y'all.
Good afternoon, everyone. I got a couple of items that I'd like to discuss for next year. On line 5.
54.
Page 54. Page 54. On line item 580, the increase is, I'm asking to purchase a new service truck for the fleet maintenance department. Our current one is a 2015, and with the mileage and the engine hours, I would like to get it swapped out while it still has some value, and then we can capture that money back on a surplus auction. We've done quite a bit of mechanical repairs and stuff, and we're keeping it running, but I would like to try to ask for a new vehicle. So that's the increase for that. Also, line 418, the increase is, when we originally purchased, or a couple of years ago when I purchased a new diagnostic machine, it came with 2 years of the diagnostic software, and that's ended. So now that increase is to capture that, the diagnostic software for next year. And then
It's an increase in the price of the agreement, or are you getting new software?
no, it's just renewal. I'm sorry. And line item 330 and 353 are increased based off and anticipating increased pricing for parts and supplies and stuff for the shop.
And 331, did you say, or what did you say?
330, ma'am.
Okay. Did you want to talk about 353?
353, yes, ma'am. I have an increase there
Yeah.
in anticipation for rising cost of parts for the vehicles or anything like that. That's based, the trend every year, stuff is going up slowly, and I just want to be prepared for that for next year.
Okay, so going back to 331,
Yes, ma'am.
year-to-date, I think it looks like you spent over 16,000 and your budget is 8,500. Is that correct?
On the gas and oil? Oh, actually, that line item, everything goes into that, all the fuel goes into that one line item, then it gets dispersed out throughout the year. I don't have my number off the top of my head, but I can get that to you if you need to.
That line item is reimbursed by other departments at the end of the month or beginning of the month for the prior
So
month.
with
Sheriff's
parks
office
and things
and
like that, do you do the same thing? You work on it for the sheriff's department, you bill it to them, or?
It is billed, yes, or Melinda in our office, she prepares that every month and runs through the reports from the fuel software system. And then it is separated out by department, and then she
So-
does
So his
the,
numbers are kind of like an inventory, and they're replacing what
what they use.
they use.
Yes. So it always looks off, but at the end of the year, it actually evens out once everything's totaled and everything. But those are the only items that I have changed for next year.
Do we see a report at the end of the year that would show the offsets for that?
Yes, ma'am.
We do?
We can provide that for you if you would like to even see it year to date.
I think I would.
Okay.
Not right now, but, yes, thank you.
Okay. Anybody have any questions or anything?
The vehicle you're replacing, that's gonna include service body, or you transfer the body?
That's gonna be a new service body, sir. Now, our welder and our air compressor and all our tools, everything is gonna be swapped over. We're basically just getting a new chassis and a new body,
Okay.
service body on there. So basically the same thing as what we have now,
got you.
just newer.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Daryl?
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. The road and bridge budget is really, in my mind, a personnel budget, a road materials budget, and machinery and equipment.
Excuse me, it's page 71 is the beginning.
Sorry, I was starting to text him.
And this year I've kept it flat, again, the budget from what we also have for this year for '26. We cut it back quite a bit in '25 when we really needed to, and slowly built it up this past year in the road materials. This coming year, we're going to be working in the Holiday Beach area on the road projects. It's their year, and there's a lot of those roads that don't need to be seal coated because they were finished 2 years ago. So I'll be able to stretch that money and maybe pick up a couple of low-hanging fruits elsewhere with some of that money.
Oh,
know
I
we
have
had-
some ideas for
Yes,
you.
ma'am. I know we've got a couple ideas of some roads that have never been built that are in Holiday Beach. I'm crossing my fingers we can finally tackle, as well as maybe we can do something over there on Shell Ridge. Just have to look at that budget. And on the machinery and equipment, we cut it back from 350 to 250 back in '25. And that just pretty much allows us to maybe look at some small equipment and/or trucks. Anything large, we're going to need to be in that 350 to 400 range. So right now, Blake's holding it together. If it's a very specific piece of equipment that is a lot of money, we're definitely going to think about leasing because it would be a short time, renting or leasing for a short time period, and not put that money in an actual vehicle for the
Now,
road and bridge.
how are you, how are we doing on our motor grader? Is that something that
That's
wearing out, or?
that's being repaired. Both of them have been repaired. Blake just left me up here, but yes, sir, they're getting it back up. But it will be something that we will have to eventually replace. Yes,
Is
sir.
that something that we need to look at in the next couple of years? or
Yeah, the
so?
next couple of years, yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
How much do you think it's going to take to fix it now?
I mean, we're fixing probably 50,000, 20 to 50,000 to keep them running. The both of them, I imagine, when little
Right.
things go out. But new one, I think, is close to 200, 225.
Okay, so you anticipate if you don't get a new one that you're going to spend that much this coming budget?
We haven't been exhausting for the last 2 years at 250. We usually have a little bit left over, so we've been building that reserve, or at least offsetting where I have gone over at other places.
Okay.
But yes, sir, that would probably be. I'd look at that before I'd look at a new reclaimer.
So what is your surplus at now?
Oh,
Daydreaming, dreaming.
Joe is indeed.
I was doing that a while ago.
But we are trying to man up. We're down a couple of we've been down a couple of positions for a while, plus we've, with Lionel's retirement and another gentleman that left, we've got to get some more drivers and some more operators. We started advertising, and we're still wading through them.
Road and Bridge has not got a lot of reserve, but the flood control does have quite a bit of reserve. So actually, Road and Bridge is very close to being nothing at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I've been
Would
keeping
that
it.
be split between both? I'm not saying do it, but a motor grader, would that be split between both Road and Bridge and drainage?
If finance lets me,
If you use it both, I have no problem with that.
more like, in all reality, if it's a maintainer, it's meant for the road and bridge side, unless it's a road that goes along a outfall, and I might argue that.
Okay.
Okay, so I have is that question answered? That they had?
As
Okay.
far as I know, unless Commissioner has something, was that sufficient?
I'm sorry?
Oh, Commissioner Casterline was asking about the fund, the balance on it. Okay.
So, my ignorance then, on chapter 381 payments, could you explain that?
Those are the payments that we pay for Pearl Point.
That's
It's
what I
an
was thinking that would be.
expenditure. Yes, ma'am. It all got put to non-departmental this time. There wasn't anything shown for Road and Bridge. We've got to make sure that that gets split out to the correct, but that's what it is.
So we recognize the giveaways to Pearl Point by assigning them to different departments?
It is for general, it's because they pay general fund taxes and they pay road and bridge taxes. And so we have to recognize the one for general fund and recognize the one for road and bridge also.
I see. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And we have what, 3 years left on that?
I believe it's three, I believe it's three, yes, 3 or 4.
All right. I texted Caitlin. Did y'all?
Yes.
Okay.
Amanda?
Yes. And I texted Amanda too.
Does Jackie want to go?
Jackie can go.
Is
and I can go
Sarita,
for the
Sarita,
district
did you have more
judges, too.
questions?
I'm just learning.
You know, if you're learning, we're gonna charge that to your conference and. I went to tell Megan that a while ago. She said she was learning here.
All right, Jack.
Okay, can we go ahead and do district court? I text the judges, but I know Judge Watley wasn't going to be here, and I haven't heard from Judge Bowers.
So 26?
Yes, ma'am, page 26. There's not very many changes, but there are a couple. The 116 line item, that is our share of the court reporters, their travel and all of their expenses, their salaries. I'm sorry, it's not their travel, it's their expenses for salaries. That's our portion. We under budgeted last year. They have a new auditor at San Pat, and he did not get the numbers to us prior to us budgeting, so we were a little bit under budget. So it looks like it's going up a lot more than it really is. I believe it's about 5% this year is what they're anticipating.
3.5 is a max.
Probably not for them.
But that was, so office supplies, there's a little bit of an increase, basically just because of new office and trying to get some supplies, some things that they need for that. Food, they are providing food, just donuts, breakfast stuff, and meals when they have juries. So this is the reimbursement, this is the cost for that food. that they anticipate. Attorney's fees.
And that's legitimate? I mean, I'm
Yes,
sure it's
ma'am.
legitimate,
They-
but they wouldn't be doing it.
They can.
Yes, wait, she's going through her budget.
Waiting for you. On the attorney's fees for, this is for our court-provided attorneys. They anticipate an increase on that just because of the amount of trials that they have and inmates, what they need. So they're anticipating that. So they've got a $50,000 increase on that. Postage is increased basically just for jury selections. And miscellaneous, that is what we pay, oh gosh, what is it called? It's that district, yeah, it's a fourth admin, it's a district annual fee that we have to pay. It's our portion of that. And it has increased just slightly each year. That's all for district judges. And then for our office,
Page 33.
do not anticipate anything other than the payroll cost increases. We're not increasing anything at this time.
Tana, would you scroll up? I just want to see what changed, what made it. That's good, that's good. Okay, thank you. Just with the new insurance, I haven't been checking those as I've been writing other notes, but, okay, good, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. She needs
Oh. Okay.
Is that it then?
That is it for us.
Okay.
So go to page 31 now for Amanda. That's okay.
Good afternoon. Amanda?
Hi. So I didn't really make any big changes. Do you want to have any questions? I mean, my only real concern is when it comes to office supplies. That's the thing I increased. So we are doing a lot of electronic discovery, but we're still doing a lot of discovery is what I give to the defense attorneys on every single case. So I have to give them everything that we receive. And with today's technology, some of that we're able to do online through portals. So that doesn't cost me any office supplies, but we receive cases from some agencies that are still like on discs or thumb drives and things like that. And the thumb drives especially have been getting very expensive. So that's my only real concern for the office supplies.
Do you mean that it's expensive to buy a thumb drive?
Yes.
Or when you print out whatever's on the thumb drive and then you have to reproduce that?
No, because what's usually on the thumb drives is like videos and audio
Oh,
recordings and
okay.
things like that. So we have to buy duplicate thumb drives to give to each defense attorney on each case. And so, like recently, last month, I spent like $3,000 on thumb drives. And I'm hoping that will last several months.
I hope so too.
But my concern is that as everything gets more expensive, that those might price us out next year. I'm hoping that at some point, the sheriff's office will be able to do a digital form of discovery like the police department does, which I know Colin has been talking about that with them, but that is a cost for the county also. So,
And Michael's sitting back there, so he's
Yeah.
kind of nodding his head,
Yes.
I think, about the cost.
yes. Well, and he's been in the discussions with Colin, because whatever format they use, our office will just get on board and use whatever they decide to use. But when it comes to fruition, because I think it will have to at some point, at least we won't be buying a bunch of thumb drives anymore. Because the sheriff's office has to buy thumb drives to give to us, and then we have to buy thumb drives to make copies of those thumb drives to give to the defense attorneys. So it ends up being quite a bit of money. Aside from that, I mean,
Amanda, you have 6,000. Do you want to
Yeah.
go up on that 6,000?
that was what I was thinking. Once I bought all those thumb drives last month, because it was shortly after I submitted this to Tana,
Yeah.
and I was like, wow, I just spent $3,000 just on thumb drives.
What do you want to put in that line item?
Maybe just 10, because obviously we have to buy other things too, but those are like highlighters and pins, but those are significantly cheaper than the thumb drives. And I know postage is getting more expensive, but we're trying our best not to mail out as many things.
Now, you have to, on the thumb drives, do you have to use a separate thumb drive for every case?
Yes,
And it
sometimes
has-
multiple thumb drives for
Right,
each
okay.
case. Yeah.
And you're going up on the law books, increasing?
The law books, because that's the line item where our Westlaw subscription comes out of. And that's the really only thing that, we buy books, like actual books also, but the most expensive thing is the subscriptions for logging in. And we also carry the Westlaw logins for other offices. It's because it's cheaper to like do them all in bulk. So like Judge Bianchi's office.
So Amanda, on this, is this, any of this, can it be used under the law books?
Any of what?
Your law books here? Is any of that expense eligible for the year 475 fund that's for law books?
This is what I'm talking about right now. I'm sorry, I'm confused by
Oh,
your
no,
question.
you have it in your regular, your county.
That's what we're looking at right now.
I know, but you have another fund that's specifically for library.
Oh, the law library. For the, no.
Will any of that, that's what I was asking.
No, because this is not for public use. This is just for county employee use. And the law library is a different fund.
Just tried.
I know. We don't get a lot of movement on that budget. I don't know. Any other questions?
Well, you thought your court costs were gonna come down, which is nice, but that's unusual.
I do think it's going to come down based on kind of the projected costs over the last couple of years.
Okay.
And the district judges pay the interpreters. And in the past, we've paid the interpreters, not the Spanish interpreter, but if we had to get a different language. So I kind of took that out of my factoring of if we need like a Vietnamese interpreter or something, if it's not coming from my budget, because that could cost a few $1,000s just for one case.
They're expensive.
Okay,
All right,
Thank you. Okay.
thank you.
is there another
Yeah.
page?
You have the asset forfeiture.
Where is that?
Okay, here, let me get that real quick.
We gotta do that one and the law library.
Page 138.
And I didn't make any significant changes on the asset forfeiture budget either. We're not getting a lot of asset forfeiture money in. So I'm not trying to make any big purchases with that fund because we're just not receiving a lot of money from agencies on those. I like
Do
to.
you know why that might be?
They haven't made any arrests with large amounts of money. I mean, that's the only way to get the asset forfeiture. So it's just kind of a luck of the draw sometimes, I guess.
Because it's got to be in this county for you to get it, isn't it?
If we're working on like a task force with another county, then sometimes we can get like a small percentage of the money. But that would actually go like to the law enforcement and not to me. Because in order for it to come into my asset forfeiture fund, it needs to come through our county directly because it's basically payment for the attorney services on the asset forfeiture side.
Okay.
Okay, wait, the law library and the PTD fund.
Okay,
Okay. The law library, really our only the only expenditure, regular expenditure is the Westlaw subscription for that computer.
What page?
Sorry.
128.
And I did recently have an agreement with the librarian where we moved the law library computer to the actual library, which will have, in my opinion, more access to the public. And we just still pay for the subscription, and we have some money in there in case somebody breaks the computer or whatnot. It's really, if I hear that it's being widely used and there's like a wait list or something, then maybe I could get a second one to put over there. But when it was in our office, it was very rarely used, so that didn't really make any sense. But maybe now that it's not directly in my office where people might feel odd sitting there, maybe it'll get used more.
Go back to the revenue on that one.
Yeah, and
Did I see that it was up? Yeah. Fees of the office, it went up $1,200.
I think that is, the projection is up for the proposed for 2027.
If you look at actuals have been well over $10,000 for the last 4 or 5 years. So we're just anticipating getting closer to what the actuals have been is what we're anticipating.
yeah, so there is money in that budget to do more with the law library, but it's not enough to do what some other counties have, like where they have an actual building and have somebody who works there and answers with a legal background who can answer questions and help with forms. It's just not enough money for that. So if there were something in between that we could also help with, that would be great. But I haven't seen the need to get a second or third computer yet. And obviously, we're not operating at like $100,000 a year, so we can't get any staff or anything like that.
You ready for?
Yeah, we need the PTD fund. Okay. So,
Is that 147?
150.
just for people at home, since I know you all have heard this a few times, the pretrial diversion fund, it's a type of unofficial probation typically for first-time offenders on like lower level issues like misdemeanors usually. And under state law, we can charge $500 per case. And what that $500 does is it goes from our office to the probation office. The probation office handles all the supervision, just like regular probation, but when they're on a pretrial diversion, they don't get any money from the state like they do on regular cases, so we need to give them the money to pay the employee to actually do the work. Because on a typical case, when someone's on probation, the probation office gets paid like per person to help allocate to their employees for salaries. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Caitlin?
Come on down.
Sorry, everybody, I came as fast as I could.
It's okay.
We are on page 57.
Okay, do I start whenever? Okay, I wasn't sure. Waiting. Okay, so with office supplies, I really feel like I could lower that expense by 2,000. Just because I've noticed throughout the years, we haven't really gone over as much. I know in 2025, we had a lot of trying to revamp and organize, but since we've done that, we haven't really needed much more through that. As well as chemical supplies, I'm gonna have to go higher. I went through and calculated how much our AQ, which is the product we've been using to clean, we've noticed out of the data, we have less sick animals. When we do have sick animals, it's being isolated. So I'd really like to keep that product, but it has gone up in price to where a 30-gallon is $899. That lasts us about 3 to 4 months. When we had it, even with the big outbreak we had, we still were okay with, we didn't have to purchase extra. When the parvo did happen, we estimated about 35,000 just in that AQ. But in the chemical line, we also get our bleach for our clothes when we're washing the laundry and everything. We also have to use the chemical when we are getting the stuff to sanitize our trucks as well. We
But you
estimated.
feel comfortable with the 4,500 you put in there? You're just explaining the rationale?
Right.
Okay.
So then, where we took out the 1,000, I just kind of went through and saw where I could utilize and take away. If we go down, to the court cost, I believe taking away 2,000 was the best for it. Or not 2,000, 6,000, sorry. 6,000 out of it, because really, we haven't had that many cruelty cases. I'm hoping to kind of keep it that way, but at the same time, it was for necropsies. We're not doing that as much. So there was no reason to have it at such a high cost as well. If we keep going down for the, let's see, motor, we are having a lot of the motor repairs and everything. Our trucks are still older. On the 2 older ones, we've had a lot of work done. They've been in and out of the shop continually this year. I've worked with Blake on that, and they're trying to fix those as best as they can and as fast as they can. I took out 1,000 for uniforms because we're not having to purchase as many since my officers have been there, so we can save money there. I did want to talk about where we had our 15,000 for the slide-in trucks. Blake is ordering those, so we should have that done by the end of this year. And then at the 14,000 was possibly a concept design. I got an email because I'm just basing that number on what shelter planners gave us at the proposal. Let me see, what month was that? The proposal we had when we were doing the needs assessment, they gave us how much a concept design was. I emailed them to get a verification on how much it would cost if we were to look at a new shelter and how much it would cost at the renovation, because they told us in there at the option A, it's 13,000. And then in option B for a renovation, for an expansion was 19,500. But they also had in there that the determining shelter larger than 6,000, the square footage changes. So I verified that it would be for a concept design, just the estimate using from their proposal is 18,000. I thought it was 13,000, but that was not looking at the clause that they had in there of a bigger shelter, which that's what ours would be. So it's 18,000 for a new shelter, and it is 27,000 for a renovation and expansion. And the math is 19,500 plus the 7,500 additional. That's where the 27 for the renovation and expansion. Then the new shelter is 13,000 plus 5,000, and that's where you got the 18,000. And that's just based off of our proposal that we received already. And that's where I was asking for possibly to have that 18,000. If not, it's understandable. I'd just like to try to get a concept design, so that way I can look at grants, and potentially try to figure out a way to where, if we were to go to that way, to figure out a way not to be so much on the taxpayers.
Are there grants for animal shelters?
There are a few. So I haven't fully gone that far because I need a concept design to even understand what we're gonna even go for, if we even go that far.
Going back to your vehicles, can we get back to there? Are you having a lot of maintenance problems with your vehicles?
Yes, sir.
Is
We've
it time
had,
to replace one of them, or?
There is one that I talked to Blake and we've looked into and it's become a money pit. That would be the unit 723. We've replaced the motor in it, we've replaced the alternator. I mean, it has pages of repairs that it's had on it and it just continuously ends up having to go back.
Well, do you have any idea how much that vehicle would cost?
Ranging anywhere from 27,000 from vehicles that we've looked at with cages already when we've been trying to find slide-ins. There's 27,000, there's 32,000. I mean, it's not cheap, but those are fully already equipped truck and cages together.
No.
Not just the truck itself. That is the whole together.
Well, I would encourage you to look at that, maybe not for this coming budget, but for the next year's budget, because, you know, you can wear these things out to where it's costing you more than to keep them than it is to get rid of them.
Right. And that's what we're looking into. I've been trying to make sure to see when these were even purchased and how long they've been used here.
Thank you.
Is that right?
You keep vehicle logs on them, don't you?
I want to say those 723 and 722 have been there as long as I've been with the county, and that's almost 9 years. Like it's 8
Do
to
they
9
have
years.
logs on them?
They have, Road and Bridge
Yeah,
at Fleet
okay.
has all of that, so.
Okay.
So, under machinery and equipment, the 15,000 that you're projecting for this year would be used for,
The machinery and equipment, that would be the concept design.
I would suggest that we put that in professional services
I
and
would
take
too.
it out of the.
Oh, okay.
because that
the
doesn't have
capital
anything
outlay.
to do with machinery and equipment.
Right.
Okay, so the 15,000 was for the concept design. All right, and then next year, the 14 was for, I thought that was for the,
I just
Concept
put it in the
design.
wrong line. I'm sorry, that was,
I thought the 15,000, it was going to be for slide outs.
that's what the 15,000 this
For
year's
this year.
for.
No, that's what I asked.
Yeah, that 15,000 today, or this year, is the slide-in for the truck that we bought last year. That would be the cages, the utility part of it, where all of the animals would go inside that.
Okay.
But as far as your conceptual design, were you stating that that was going to be 18,000?
Is proposed in the document that they gave us back in 2024.
Okay,
So that'll be added to the existing 14,000 at professional services?
right.
Yes.
And then we'll take the 14,000 out of your.
The machinery and equipment.
But we'll have to add 18,
We'll add 18, but we'll take out 14.
right?
Okay.
Right.
Yes, okay.
But highlight it.
That's,
But
I guess I
got
didn't
one.
explain that right. I'm sorry. That's what I was meaning, because that 15,000 that we had in machinery, it would move over. And that's what we were talked about at that meeting, was putting it in the professional services.
Okay.
And I believe that is it.
Thank you, Caitlin.
All right, thank you.
Michael?
Can we just
Oh,
like
you want
take a
to-
short,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay,
a short
I'm sorry.
break?
About 5-minute break.
Thank you.
43.
Page 43, Sheriff Mills.
Do you want to wait till after?
Good afternoon, Sheriff.
Good afternoon.
Oh, okay. So,
Start with the sheriff's office, unless y'all want to go somewhere else first.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Some of the things, we were running a little under budget right now at a run rate low because our inmates, we're got 167 today. 36 of those are contract inmates. So across the jail budget and the sheriff's office budget, some things, when you look at it, you think we're running low, but hate to really cut the numbers a whole lot, but some of them in the lines we did cut both in the sheriff's office and in the jail. Trying to help out a little bit, but realizing we're in other places asking for an increase. When we get to office supplies, we asked to more than double that, going from 10 to 23,000. A lot of that is we're still burning too much paper, printing a lot of paper, and then we're going to thumb drives and zip drives for case preparations, and that's, we're a little disappointed that we're not getting the utilization of what we paid for with Odyssey, in that, you know, we should be able to transfer a lot of these files, and they should have access to them without us having to cut down all these trees and run up these thumb drives. The thumb drives aren't just a cost for the equipment, but my deputies are having to unzip files and download them, as well as print everything out to get it delivered, and that's takes its toll both in manpower and in the zip drives itself. But I don't know if, you know, because then you look down to oil and gas. I did cut it 20,000 because of a run rate we're on, but I didn't cut it because we're still at a run rate of 151, I think. No, I'm sorry. No, I don't have that run rate, but we're running a little bit under. But, you know, if we don't resolve the conflict over in the Middle East, who knows, between fuel and food, both transportation costs, how that's going to impact us. In the jail, I think we're projecting a 1.9% increase in just food overall. An example of part of that increase is beef is up over 6%, 6.7, I think. But it impacts both of them. The fuel's on both of the budgets, and that's why I'm just bringing it up now in the sheriff's budget.
Well, this shows a decrease in the sheriff's.
Well, I did cut it. That's why I said I cut it, because we're under, on a run rate, we're coming in low. We've had so far a good year in the fuel, but I don't, you know, who knows tomorrow or next week, even though fuel's going up, you know, oil futures are starting to drop, but it's not dropping at the pump yet. So how soon will we see it? I don't know. If they can resolve that. Those two things are going to skew both of these budgets, the detention center and the sheriff's office, food and fuel. It becomes just, that's the two balloons we're throwing darts at. And while I'm trying to cut back a little bit, because I know we're still looking at some lean perspectives and trying to do other things with the budget dollars, where I need extra, I usually try to take it from somewhere else, but stay constant in the bottom line.
And on maintenance agreements, I see on the screen the increase of 9,000, there's Motorola and Starlink.
Yes, ma'am. Motorola sent us an invoice 2 months ago. Since 2017 or 2018, when we installed all the new equipment after Harvey, they have not done any upgrades on both the radio equipment out in the tower or the equipment in dispatch. And to get caught up, the invoice was $127,000, I think, to get all the current releases. we can either, I've got money in this year's budget to cover about half of it. And then we'll end up with the other 60-something thousand I'm building into next year. We can either pay it now or pay it later, because I asked them if we didn't do it, what's going to happen? They said, well, the next time you have radio work done, then you'll probably have to pay to get it all upgraded so that whatever you're doing would work. And I think it's better if we get it caught up, so we'd be in the current release, both in the software and the dispatch center. And I don't know how that works out, if there's some agreement with the city to share part of the cost that would break down there. That's above my head, above my pay grade.
Sheriff, how's Starlink working out?
We're finding a lot of advantage to Starlink, and that seems to be the trend a lot of things are going to. I've got one at the jail, I've got one outside my office. And we put them on the way stations too, didn't we, Carla? I mean,
Yes, we put one on the southbound way station and one on the northbound way station for our LPR readers and any kind of internet connectivity they need out there.
Does it seem to be clear and I mean, is that something that you think that we're going to be looking at for the next several years?
I do believe so, because the one of the coalitions that's building the radio network from the valley across the state is going Starlink on the towers instead of fiber, because
Seems to be more robust.
It's more accessible. It's, it's a whole lot, cost savings too is going to be, I think, incredible. They're looking at some kind of a corporate agreement where they can put them on multiple towers to tie them all together. I couldn't speak to the technical part. I'd bring David if y'all wanted that lecture, but we've made use of it in the jail and outside my office. We've got 2 there and 2 on the way stations.
Good.
And I want to say they're $50, $55 a month or something like that.
And then under building repairs and maintenance, I see it says the 6,000 is, for the radio tower?
We added the 188 radio tower to the maintenance that Butler's team takes care of, mowing outside, as well as we discovered some issues about securing the site when she went out. And so we've changed some locks to where it's only county employees with the keys and not volunteers. She had to go out and do some work. Our verified generator was actually online and ready to go. But overall, yeah, that was added 2 months ago. And I think the Holiday Beach site is being added for the generator there as well. So we had to put something in there, and I think that was Renee's number that she gave me to what she thought it would take to cover that.
And I think part of that will cover the remote, won't it, Colin? It'll tell you the remote status of the generators also.
Yes, sir. I think she's having an alarm set in there because we didn't have anything in place to know that commercial power had failed and the generator did or did not kick in. So she's placing that and putting that online as well to where we will know and have a notification if that fails at the 188 tower.
I believe also they're putting a fence on the north.
True, and the north tower at Holiday Beach, as long as we've had it, nobody really thought about the fact that tower was not fenced at the base. And just for a security issue and safety for us, if somebody else doesn't get on it. So it'll be a 30 by 30 area with a 8-foot chain link fence. Or what, I don't know what you get proposals, see how we go, but we needed to close it in and secure it so somebody wanting to play games or look at stuff.
Are y'all gonna put cameras out there, or like where somebody walks on the property or gets in the property or something, it'll pick it up?
We haven't had that discussion. We've talked about cameras in the form of LPRs on the tower to look at the intersection at Holiday Beach, because you could garner a lot of information, because that's the only way in and out both sides of the road. If we could find a camera that had the suitable strength from that distance to read it, we'd probably have already done it, and that's what we've looked at. But we haven't discussed them for security on the sites, no. We don't have that anywhere outside of the jail and the courthouse complex. I don't think anywhere. The only security cameras are at those locations.
And under small equipment, the 35,000 increase.
The notes say electronic ticket writer.
Ticket writer's still in there, but
Was that allocated in this year's budget?
yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay, and you're not planning to get it this year, or we don't know?
That's another discussion about Odyssey. We have asked for this will be the third year. And we can't get a contract that the county, we're going to the same vendor that Odyssey provides. It's one of their companies or something. I don't want to buy it from somebody else and then have a finger pointing of, well, it's your ticket writer vendor rather than, and we have been told no twice because they couldn't get a contract that would satisfy the attorneys. My question is, if Odyssey won't give us a contract that satisfies us, why are we doing business with them? I'm trying to buy from them and can't get it through. Last year, we had an agreement that JPs were going to share in that cost because it cuts, they don't have to load anything.
Is it our current, you talking about the court's attorney or which attorney?
I don't know if Marcia has completed looking at it. It's sitting in her office, I think, now.
So we just had an issue with Odyssey and with the county. We can't get on the same page. A contract can't be reached because Odyssey has other issues that they haven't fixed. So why are we doing a new contract? They can't fix the issues that they've had in the past. So that's the reason we can't move forward with our ticket writers, because we can't get the issues that are already a problem resolved to move forward with the ticket writers. We've been asking for them for years. It would cut down a little bit here and there, especially with the JP's office, with our office, with racial profiling stats. I mean, it would make a lot of difference.
Picture you'd punch a button at the end of the year and it'd print out that report for the racial profile. The JPs wouldn't have to manually load the tickets when we bring them in. When we drive in the driveway, it would hit our system and everybody's populated. We'd cut a lot of manpower in 3 different places that I know of right now. $60,000 expenditure to get that done, and this is the third year, yes, that we've come and asked for that.
Right, remember.
Yeah, and probably going to get barbecued again this year, wondering why I keep asking for it, but we hadn't got it.
But it doesn't sound promising, like you think it's moving forward, does it? Or do you have hope that it is moving forward?
We have hope that it will move forward, because we've been asking for it, and it would help us out a lot if we could move forward and purchase these items.
So, do I understand the disconnect? Is the disconnect with Odyssey, or it's that we
It's on
can't
both
get
sides, I believe.
Contract?
We have an issue, like I said, just.
Yeah, I haven't been plugged into this one in a while since the contract issues came up, and I haven't been back involved in it. It hadn't come back to me as far as any of the technical side of things. From a technical standpoint, our Odyssey version is now compatible. We are on a version that is compatible software-wise. Now I guess it's as far as, is the county satisfied with what Tyler Technologies has been providing to the county for what we're paying them, and continuing to see increases in paying, and still have issues where they just recently they made a policy change on their side and was logging everyone out of Odyssey every 15 minutes, 30 minutes.
Oh, my.
And they're like, oh, well, we installed that across the entire state. And that was something that they just decided without even asking us if we wanted it, that we didn't have any other controls. It's a CGIS-related policy, but they're assuming we don't have other controls in place, that we needed them to impose it on us. And so they're doing things without actually consulting us. They're just kind of do things, and it's one size fits all the way Tyler does stuff. They don't take into account that counties actually have their own way of doing things.
Is this Tyler again?
Tyler Technologies, our good old buddies.
And this is the whole issue with our thumb drive cost rise, is because we can't get up.
Yeah,
to the
Tyler Technologies
technical age,
will
I
sell
guess.
us a product for e-discovery and handling of cases, but it's another add-on. And there are other third parties that'll sell us products to do and handle e-discovery.
We were still printing reports, having to forward that to the prosecutor's office, and they said we're not accepting paper anymore. That's why I have to move to the thumb drive expense, when we have a computer system that still
Should do it.
requires you to print paper out. We shouldn't have any paper being printed. It should all be done internally in a computer system and forwarded digitally to the prosecutor's office. I think we're the only agency around here that's still doing paper, or was, until we got forced to.
What do they use? Who do they use? These other entities that we're still.
I think Rockport is using theirs with their Motorola system, but again, we still have to have some sort of interface with our system to work with Motorola that we could even do that. So it's just the continuing problem of not getting service from Tyler Technology for what we pay for.
Yeah, Rockport they save all their stuff out to a PDF from their records management software and then upload it to the software provider that Motorola provides to them for their body cam footage. And then they can send a link to the county attorney's office to download. Where the county attorney's office then has to download that zip file, extract it, and upload it back into their software to pull those reports in.
What systems are some of the local law enforcement agencies
Aransas
using that
Pass
work?
is using Axon.
Huh?
Aransas Pass is using Axon. City of Rockport is using Tyler Technologies. Encode.
Encode, different release, yeah.
Well, now, Encode at one time was working pretty good, right? And then
They're using Encode Public Safety, which is not the same Encode that like the auditor and treasurers use, or the same Encode that the City of Rockport uses for municipal court.
Well, I'll tell you what, our past history with Tyler Technology has not been fun.
Nope.
Not been good at all. I would suggest that over the next couple of years, or as soon as we can, we look at something that's more robust and.
Unfortunately, Tyler Technologies has a habit of buying up the competition. So basically, there's not a lot of competition in this market for this type of software.
Do you happen to know who San Pat County or Rio County uses?
Tyler Technologies in San
Pat
Patricio.
does use Tyler Technology. I don't know if it's Odyssey.
They use Odyssey as well as Encode Public Safety.
And do they have to use thumb drives too?
I'm not sure, but we could move forward. Just Tyler Technology has to work with us and work a program so it can be transported from our system to Motorola, so we could do that. But again, it's Odyssey doing something, or Tyler Technology doing something that's, you have to.
Probably send us an invoice too.
Don't you love monopolies?
Yeah, but Tyler Technologies will do anything for a cost.
For a price.
And their price is usually more than we can afford because they like to cater to whole states or really big counties, unfortunately.
But still, based on what the sheriff's office and what Amanda Oster was just saying, it sounds like now we're kind of in the thumb drive business.
We are still at this point.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean.
Other agencies are not. We have the other system, Motorola, which is our body cam system, that we can forward everything digitally to them, but there it is, we have to have Odyssey.
Most of the connection there would be, we would manually, instead of print out a piece of paper, we'd print it to a virtual printer that creates PDF that then we turn around and upload it. Have to manually upload it. There would be manual steps involved. I don't think there isn't a single agency in this area that's digitally or electronically uploading it into either from their records management system into what they're transmitting it to the attorney's office. They're all having to do a manual step.
And it's not just discovery. It's affidavits, injunctions, bonds, magistration paperwork that has to go from one office to the next office, to the next office, to the next office. We're printing, driving across town, across parking lots. And there are some options within Odyssey that need to be looked at globally as a county. There are options to do it. But people are more worried about protecting their records than to help us not spend money in print. Off my soapbox.
You want to get back to your budget?
Yeah, sorry, Sheriff. Let's get back to your budget.
Well, this is what's driving it. It's frustrating. It's labor intensive.
This can be a whole other workshop.
And equipment.
Well, I think we need to I think we do need, after we get through all this, to have a workshop on things that can help all the departments. But this, I mean, this is what, 5 years now we've been on Odyssey? And it's
Longer
been
now.
one problem after another.
2013, Fred Summer Odyssey.
2013. Gracious.
Okay.
And under the small equipment, to your question, there were two things that we're wanting to add. Is a 360-degree camera for our investigators that rather than go into a crime scene and take a picture here and a picture here and a picture here, this thing has the ability to, it runs the whole room and ties it all together, where you're playing it to a jury and it's like they're virtually there in the room. And we think case presentation would be a whole lot clearer to a jury and everybody looking at it. As well as there's a technology out that we're looking at. It's a geofencing that would allow us by cell tower to identify cell phones within that range on any given time. We can set the parameters. Gives you ability to then eliminate who may live there and belong there. And, the gentleman that did all the destruction in Lamar with the 35 cars, they're carrying cell phones. Every one of them would have showed up on that thing and you'd eliminated people. And then you'd go to the courts and get a warrant to find out who that phone belonged to. We don't know who, we just have the cell phone. So, you haven't violated anybody's privacy, but it's a new technology that's out there that we'd really like to look at and see if we can't capture information for investigations.
So that means technology, not technician. Okay.
Basically, the same thing you see we're getting from these, on the hot fund reports and stuff like that. They're using geofencing to know where everybody's coming from.
Yeah, who's coming to Seafair and Oyster, yeah. Okay. They're capturing the phones, and the same thing can be applied in law enforcement.
Law enforcement.
And there's a company doing it. So those are the two add-ons in there that we were looking at, asking for. And the big deal was, yes, the software for the upgrade after Harvey to $116,273. And like I said, I think the funds are in one of those lines to cover about half of that this year and soften the blow for next year and get us caught up to where anything we do radio-wise will be at the latest release and ready for any change or installation.
Well, on your line item 575, small equipment, you budgeted $60,000, used $141. You expecting to bring that up, or?
Yes, sir. That's because the ticket writers are in it, but also the deal that we're looking for, the geofencing and the camera, the 360-degree camera for the investigators.
Okay.
Is what drove, that increase.
I was hoping you made a mistake there.
Because I think the camera was like, it's a deal where the geofencing, we get 50 licenses a year for like $5,500, and that really isn't a bad deal to where that, I don't need 50 licenses, but that's their cutoff point in that thing. We'd be using considerably less than that, but any officer or any investigator would be able to go to that site and pull up when we need it by date and time and narrow it down. And then you start eliminating people and find out who you don't think really belong there.
Okay.
Susan Wade?
Yep.
Page 45?
License and weight, I don't think we have any changes that we were, like I say, again, we tried to cut back a little where we could and when we could. Because I was looking at run rates, projecting if we can stay on that level, but it started this month and a half ago, and then we have all those tankers backed up, and you think they were going to resolve that by now, and so here again, like I said, it's one of the balloons that we're throwing a dart at. I may miss that line for this reason, but if we're running under, there's no sense continuing to. And that's one that I think we're doing better at it, and we're charging the fuel to that line where it belongs and not capturing it in the sheriff's office side with the other vehicles.
Detention center? Go to page 46.
You got somewhere you gotta go?
You were done.
He seems to be rushing it along here.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's freezing in here.
Like I said, I guess to bring y'all up to date, there's 167 inmates being held over there today, so that's running a little bit low. I mean, historically, over the last, go back, we were running 190 all the time, 185. We were housing a lot of feds, and that has dropped where we're, I think, may have 12. But got quite a few, I think, from San Pat, and we've housed for Gonzales County and Clayburgh County in the last year. But right now, we have 36 inmates over there that are contract from other counties, or counties and feds. But the two things there, like I said, food is up overall 1.9%, and the beef, as an example, 6.3% of that. Postage, yeah, we cut down because of the run rate on it, and we thought, well, there really wasn't any sense in inmate prescriptions. We cut because the run rate was considerably lower. And we've seen a lot of changes since we've changed medical provider. The software we're purchasing now waiting on a release, I guess, from Marcia to approve a contract. We need the contract approved. The expenditure will come from our commissary account. The inmates fund will pay for that. We just need the contract approved and bring it to y'all for approval. And it'll be give her the ability to, when we go in and we scan wristbands and such and hand it out, then you go back and it automatically would populate our reports in the jail rather than manually having to put them in. Give us a whole lot better tracking of who's getting what. Cut some costs there as well. And she's done a good job of, I think, staying on top of things. And when they call, she's responded. She's come down and taken care of inmates in-house rather than even taking them to the ER when time allowed. I mean, she's been very good at that.
On the inmate health supplies and things like that, is that something that we can take out of our health care sales tax?
A lot of it does.
Does it come
For indigent, yes. Currently it does. And the other thing that she has done is we're buying a lot of stuff off of the shelf rather than ordering it through the vendors we had before, where she's found that huge savings in some of that stuff, and we're buying it H-E-B and Walmart or somewhere else rather than ordering it through Diamond Pharmacy and everybody else. And that's why, yeah, so I cut that. I think being pretty optimistic, I think it'll work. I was just sharing with you the software deal because we will come to the court for that, but and we did verify that what we need is approval of the contract, not the expenditure, because it's coming from commissary funds. And I think our projection is that there's available funds there to not only purchase and install it, but to maintain it for a couple of years anyway, and we'll just see what the revenue comes in. We were going to just deploy iPads or tablets in the jail for the inmates, and when we started it, it looked like it would be a revenue stream, but now the FCC has come in and capped the rates that the vendors can charge, so it's going to become a real nominal, if no income, unless they purchase videos and they can watch movies, they can download educational stuff. The content of it is restricted by the vendor, so they can't just go on the open internet and look for stuff. But it would allow them to have done video visitations, which we thought was going to generate the revenue, and that's where the cap hit us. I thought, gee whiz, you had the choice of calling them on the phone. For 2 cents more, you could do a video deal. Those guys would have forked out the 2 cents a minute, but they came back and capped that because some companies in other places were making incredible profits doing that, so they just punished everybody. And so that became a non-deal, but that's money that would have gone into those other streams to pay for stuff for the medical software and things like that we do with the commissary fund.
So under the small equipment, the 40,000, there's a note about replace a washer and a dryer.
We do that sometimes proactively. We've got one that we're spending money on, and rather than wait till they fail, we try to alternate the replacements on them and avoid huge expenditures. And they've got one that they're spending some money on maintenance. And so we need to budget some money and take care of that. And we usually leave money in there. We've got 2 washers and 2 dryers. Most of the stuff in the kitchen area stands up and holds up reasonably well except the floor. We've had it patched a couple of times on the floor. Renee right now is getting pricing. She got somebody that said they want to come in and just score the concrete and then treat it. And we have a permanent solution rather than the padded floor. It may not be as comfortable in the long run, but it eliminates a maintenance issue that somebody could trip on. And when we get ready to do that, it'll involve 3 or 4 days of clear out the kitchen, and we'll have to order out and bring it in. But we can work around that and get it done.
Yeah, she talked about that this morning when
Okay.
she did her presentation. And then, under machinery and equipment, you have replace a van.
We usually try to rotate one out because we run 6 vehicles over there now.
6 vans?
Yes, ma'am, 6 vehicles, yeah. And on any given day, you may show up and they're all gone. They do all in-state transports as well as, taking people to the hospital and moving them to the courtrooms right now. So, and you'll come someday and they maybe 5 of them still parked out there, but we've had days where they were all on the road going somewhere, which then we incurring some overtime because we don't have that many on a shift that we can send on the road and still satisfy the jail commission. So one drives the other, domino effect, but yes. So we try to look at the vans, look at the mileage, and look at the maintenance costs, but we proactively go ahead and try to rotate one out so we don't have some failure on the road. We did have an issue last week where we had to send a second van to the valley to pick somebody up because they do mental health transports as well as our prisoner transports to the hospitals and doctors and such. And, but most of it is to pick up people on warrants that were bench warranting somebody or returning somebody on a bench warrant to where we picked them up at.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we're still doing the federal court runs, but not as many, but the distance hasn't changed. And we keep badgering the marshals looking for, I'd like to get back to the 180, 190 count because it costs me as much to run it at 190 as it does at 167 prisoners. But they're still kind of surprised looking at the lag that there's not as many federal detainees right now. But I really felt like when you had an administration change, we'd see that. But I don't know. I think they're too tied up and wrapped up in the border with illegals and such to the concentration hadn't been in the federal courts for the criminal aspect of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fund 970, so go to page 197.
So Training Academy stays relatively flat. We have, I think in the last year, ventured into a whole lot more public presentations with civic groups, church groups. A lot of requests have been satisfied for CRAZE, which we did with the county here. People are aware that, there's no place that's really off limits. So, we've had groups request that. The See Something, Say Something is another part that people are interested in, trying to figure out what it is around them that they need to be aware of and look for people that are victims of trafficking and what's going on there. So we're seeing, I think it's getting out in the community that we'll take this wherever we can, whenever we can. So that's another deal that the instructors that report to Jeremy are taken care of, not just within our office. The guidelines have changed since Uvalde. In fact, we were talking this morning, we're November, tentative on.
Yes.
We're going to have to do it's called AIR, a class. Every year we have to do a 16-hour training, and it alternates odd and even years that came out of bills since Uvalde. Every agency in the state of Texas has to do it. And so it's, aside from the stuff that we could have picked up online or in the classroom, we have to have these actual classes or drills. And while some people see it as a necessity, I think we've gone almost to a knee-jerk reaction and overkill, and maybe they'll dial it back. But right now, those are the things that are driving some of the other training that we're doing internally aside from our basic stuff. And they stay pretty busy just trying to meet the request of the officers that we have the need for. An issue with the school district now is within the schools safety committee. They've got some guidelines that we have to satisfy to be a part of their committee, which is mandated by law is in regard to ICS and NIMS training, which is stuff that we didn't really look at a lot. We used to come in every year and do an inventory of what officer had what levels, and we had to do that for some grant procurement stuff, I believe, in the state. And now, through the school districts, it's being mandated. They sent me a list the other day of 5 or 6 classes I either have to have or take to be a part of their committee that I'm supposed to be on by law anyway. And so it's, come help us, but you got to take these classes. A lot of them I think I've got. I've just got to find the certificates. There may be 1 or 2 that are recent that I'll have to back up and take. And Rodney will be involved in that as well because of his involvement. But it's just, you know, some of that, the mandates that are coming out of Uvalde are continuing to come, and curious as to when they're going to be satisfied. The big aggravation to that in our office is that we're having to report to several different agencies. Everybody has their own unique idea, and I believe the state needs to bring it under an umbrella and realize how many different people are asking how many different things to be done. And then, you know, somebody's got to realize we got to stop at some point.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right. All right, thanks, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Joey, come on up.
Hello.
And maybe introduce yourself.
I was going to say.
Yeah,
don't
I
know if
wondered
they
who you
know
were.
I'm Jose Perez, Joey. I took Anthony Van Meter's spot. Nice
Which
to meet
makes
y'all.
you
Look forward to
the
working with you.
Director of Environmental Health.
Makes me the Director of Environmental Health,
All right,
yes.
welcome.
All right, page 52.
So did you prepare this budget, or did Anthony prepare the budget, or was it a combination of the two?
So Anthony initially presented a budget to Tana, and then I came back and added some numbers to it that I felt needed to be added.
All right.
We're subtracted.
Yeah.
Tana, can you go to the top of that page just briefly, and then, okay, hold on. All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Tana, are we looking at the one Tony sent or the one I sent you lately?
The one that you sent.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, start.
I'll start at line 310. I just went up $200. And then,
Oh, so the numbers we're looking at on screen are different from what we have on our paper?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did get updated numbers since I did print these.
All right.
We've kind
I'll
of
just make
visited a
notes.
little, Joey and I, and changed a little bit of things,
and then number 313 for miscellaneous. Looks like, no, that didn't stay, I'm sorry. Protective supplies, I went up to $500, which is the variance of $200.
And your thinking on the office supplies was, because to date you've used Just under 900?
No, ma'am, I'm just using that as a projection. There's nothing to base that on.
All right.
Again, miscellaneous supplies, that's blank, I'm sorry. Protective supplies, $500, from $300 to $500. And then we go down to 453.
Well, gas, oil, and lubricants, you went up 3,000. Well, Anthony had gone up 3,000. So you felt that was realistic?
331.
I didn't go up on that.
Right, I'm saying you felt that was a realistic number.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
It is going up 3,000. Right.
I don't show it on mine.
But that's an Anthony-generated
Yeah.
number, he said.
Right, right.
If you look at the past history, the actuals, it's always been close to $12,000. So it justifies that increase.
Okay.
Well, we got mice.
Working upstairs.
Yeah.
That's the sound of progress.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Hopefully.
And then down to line 453 for motor vehicle repairs and maintenance. I went up $3,000. And that's just from having to keep together my 9-year-old vehicles, that my septic, my environmental health people for the restaurants and food trucks. I'm just keeping their cars going, and they are 9 years old.
How do you anticipate that the change in the law where the food vendors get their permits from the state rather than from the community?
Those are questions that I've been asking the Jennifer Molina here lately, and we're still working on it. We don't have a lot of people that are based here in Rockport. They come from out of the county. So hopefully by then they would have already been inspected and taken care of by the state. So it's not a huge add or subtract from where we are, but we are preparing for it. So I don't see any.
But that does cause you to have to inspect everything that comes in every time it comes in, right? Like-
No, would have already been inspected if they come from other jurisdictions. They have to get a state license.
Okay,
the
I'm
food
not
tr- oh,
talking,
sorry.
well, actually, talking about two different things. One is, anytime they come in, you gotta check to make sure their state license is current, right?
Yes, sir.
And the second thing is, do you have to do a health inspection on them every time they come in?
According to my knowledge, no. Just as long as they have their permit, they're good to go.
Are the permits good for, I'm asking because I don't know.
Sure.
Are the permits good for the health inspection as well?
Yes, sir.
Because you get the permit one time a year, but health inspection, you would think that you'd have to do it on an ongoing basis.
So the health inspections that we conduct, that we've already conducted to date, those will be good till the end of December, till January 1st, 27.
Okay.
But
So it's not a matter of proximity where somebody's based in Seguin and comes here and does crawdads or whatever it happens to be. They don't have to be inspected every time they come in?
no, sir, to my
Okay.
knowledge, no.
All right.
I went up 525, I'm sorry, we're going to go to line 470 for miscellaneous. And I just went up 525, is that right, Tanner? Did I put?
That is correct.
Okay.
What does the note say? Small tools and bottled what?
Small tools, parts, and bottled water.
Travel and meals, I did go up on that, $500. I'll have to send.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
$2,500.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the net, 2,500.
I was curious about that.
I will be sending another girl that I hired. She'll start July 5th. I have to send her to training for the food trucks and for the licensing when she gets here. And then I'll have to somewhat get her vehicle squared away, which is a 2012 vehicle.
But that's just travels and meals. We'll
Oh,
just,
I'm sorry. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, no, no.
Oh,
I was gonna, ask though, how much, specifically are you thinking the 2,500 would be for that individual to get the certification? Cause then, if that's the case, we add it to line 425.
okay.
And I can increase that and then take the 2,500.
And that's
out
perfect.
of
That's
48.
perfect. Yes.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that they have enough to get trained, they being her and the one that's there now, and they have a conference to go to in the
Okay.
valley also.
So that'll go to 6,000?
Yes, ma'am.
And we're at 491 for abatement. It was at 10. It was at 10. I proposed 20,000. Are there any questions regarding that?
What's in that?
10,000 now.
No, I mean, what are you talking about abatements?
So there are some times where I have zero response. Zero response meaning if I make attempts to contact the property owner and I get nothing and I still have complaints constant, I do my best.
And this is on the code enforcement.
This is on the code enforcement side.
Okay.
So if I have a property and I get, and what I mean by zero is no response, nothing.
Right.
They don't call me, they send back my certified letters, but I'm still gaining complaints on the property itself. So that's where I go in there and I actually mow the yard or remove the trash, things like that.
Okay. Okay,
You've
gotcha.
actually torn down dilapidated houses over the years
Mhm.
at times.
That's what I thought you were talking about, but I wasn't, abatement didn't seem to match that.
Yeah,
But I
tearing
guess
down
it-
houses is the monies that, it's a lot of money. It's in the hundreds of thousands if we wanted to do that, and I could do that easily.
So
But
are you forecasting to do that a lot next year? Because
I am not forecasting to do it next year. I am just gonna raise the customer service with actually mowing the properties, taking care of the properties that I get zero response from.
Okay.
And then do we somehow assign that cost to the property owner in the
So-
hopes that it'll get paid?
Currently, we don't have a policy in place to do that. I came from a jurisdiction where there was a single document that was submitted to the county clerk's office for lien, to place a lien on the property.
Hey, you have to be careful with that because we've had here the issue, like the city does it. Well, they've actually, and a lot of times those properties, the way they get cleaned up is they get behind on their taxes and foreclose. Well, they've actually had properties here that those types of liens made the debt more than the property was worth. So you have to really be careful how much you're gonna put the lien on them because, I think the city and the school, they finally had to eat some of it a few years ago.
My response to you is there's not a lot of places out there. There's only a handful that are just, I've gotten zero response, but I continue to get complaints on.
Yeah.
Now, if I had 40 locations in my head that I wish I could take down, yes, but there are only a
Probably
handful.
take you to at least that many
Yeah,
locations.
I was just thinking.
You've been on the wrong
It would be
precinct.
nice, but absolutely.
Well, on that, over off of Johnson, yeah, we had two houses, one had a fire and one was just destroyed by Hurricane Harvey. They eventually got one of them to clean up and everything, but I think we ended up taking the other one down. And so I've always wondered whether we held the cost of that against the property owner or how we did that. That's all right, I just,
Yeah, well, if you did, they've always put a lien on the property. for
yeah.
you.
That's something I will definitely look into, because I don't know.
Well, that's just, yeah.
These RVs that you occasionally get left on a bypass.
I'm sorry? Oh.
Is that something that's covered by this abatement also?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. And then again, from that perspective, I usually go out and gather it myself and destroy it myself and put it in my container and kind of have zero effect to any of our budgets.
But we don't want to publicize that.
Oh, absolutely not. No. I mean, I know
Less
this is
please.
public forum, but yes, absolutely. But there are times where I have to hire a company to go and remove RVs, and it's a process. It's definitely a process.
Commissioner Casterline, if there is a lien put on a property, and we know it's going up for foreclosure, we can, as a county, post a release of lien so that that can go on through foreclosure, and that gets,
Yeah,
the
I
lien
know.
will get
The
removed.
city had it,
Yeah.
like say, the city had it a few years ago because they kept mowing these properties and paying somebody to clean them up, and they just, the lien went more than it was worth, and they had to do something similar to that. They didn't really want to do it, and finally, Linebarger just told them, said, hey, if you want to
Yeah.
get back on the tax rules, you got to eat
Yeah.
some of it.
And there is no cost to the county to file either one of those documents.
So we would need, as a county, need to create a process to let you do that.
Yes, sir. Going down to line number 46, uniforms, I raised that $200. That's all I have for environmental.
You want to go to transfer station?
Sure, transfer station's next.
You got good people out at the transfer station.
I do want to recognize them. They're out in the heat. They're dealing with folks on the weekends.
212.
What page?
212,
212.
she said.
All right.
I saw where he raised, I'm not, the only ones I had affect where we're starting at line 453 for the motor vehicle repairs and maintenance. You know,
What are you anticipating that includes, or is there a note on here? Sorry.
No, there is no note, no,
25.5?
I didn't raise that one, did I?
I think you did.
I did?
135,500, 135,500.
Oh, okay, I raised it 25, I'm sorry, I'm reading it, okay. So I went up 25 on that one. My invoices that I'm getting for keeping these machines going are not $800 and $900, they're $1,100, $1,500, $2,500. So I budgeted that in case we have anything catastrophic. And to focus all that is on the brush pickup, how I stack the brush. We have one machine that does that, and it's a little over 30 years old, and it's going to get to a point where I'm going to be unable to pick that up and stack it. And that number there represents possibly, hopefully, rebuilding the motor. But what I'm gathering from the vendors is parts that don't exist any longer for those vehicles. I hope to ask for a used or new machine if not this year, for sure next year. And that's, the one I've looked at is $150,000, and that's for new.
If you're looking at one for next year, it needs to be in this budget.
Okay.
But if you could save this one.
Oh, well, yeah, that's my intent, yes, absolutely.
And then professional services to that increase.
The 60,000 increase?
Yes, sir.
And that's going to include having to find a company, which I'm currently doing, to shred the actual material. I have learned of
The brush, is that what you mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead, sorry.
I have spoken with one company in Gregory, and he just purchased an incinerator that's TCEQ approved. And I'm hoping to get that squared away here in the next month or so. They just finished their training on the machine, and I know nothing of what numbers they're going to come at me with. So I need to be ready, because it's the second pile. Of course, I have a single pile that's completely full right now. The second pile is well on its way.
You talking about the shredding stuff?
Yes, sir.
Stuff to be shredded?
Yes, sir.
So they would shred it, or they're going to burn it? I thought you said an incinerator.
Either or, ma'am. Depends on where I get the quote from, or whatever company's available to do so. I wish to burn it, because the stuff the material it produces is biodegradable.
Well, this would be a bid, right?
Well, it depends on the cost, because now we're at
100,000.
Right,
And
okay.
it's a brand new technology, sir, so. And that's why the increase was for that one.
Now, that, on our shredding now, so it costs us 100,000 to shred right now? Is that what you're saying, somewhere in that area?
I don't believe so. This also includes that professional services also includes the hauling to Corpus Christi landfill for the refuge.
Oh, no, that's for refuge, not necessarily just, that's not,
Right, it's for both.
okay. Well, the reason I was asking that is because there are a lot of people that use that mulch, you know.
We
a
do
lot
sell a
of it.
lot of them all.
And I don't know what that revenue brings in. I'm sure it's not, you know, earth shattering, but it does bring in a lot of things, and we never seem to have a problem getting rid of it. So,
I don't think used to.
hmm,
People that wanted it really wanted double grinding. I think, haven't they quit doing double?
They have.
hmm.
It's just more,
Yeah.
just more to do, the cost.
I don't believe that we've done any
Been quite a
grinding.
while.
Not here lately,
At all.
not at all.
There was, last year was a big problem with that, last year trying to get somebody to do the cost of it, yeah.
And I priced the machine today and they're over $1 million. That's for a new one, of course. They do
Well,
have
they'll
some
be
that are-
keeping that
Well,
one.
the only point that I was making is there is some public use of that shredded debris. Whether or not that is worth the cost or not, I don't know, because if we can incinerate it, it's gone. As long as it meets all the environmental requirements.
I wasn't on site after the initial, when the initial pile was mulched, but I can honestly say that we didn't get too much of a response from individual people that came and got the mulch. I think Rexico and Port Lavaca were one of the ones who picked up a majority of it. I don't have the numbers of what he sold that for, or
I'm
what the
just-
county did.
Okay, thank you.
So what about fuel? I know that that cost went up to 71,000 proposed, that's an 11,000 increase. Do you think that could go down?
Possibly, yes. To answer you, yes, that could go down. Environmental doesn't use that much fuel, but it's the transfer station. They're
Hauling
moving-
it to, that's from hauling it to Corpus all the time, I
Yes,
guess.
sir.
And Joey, just the budget process, this is the first budget, this is like your wish list,
Mhm.
and then it gets chopped up.
Okay, yeah, sure.
All right.
No, I'm glad I'm doing this so I could, next time I'll be completely prepared for that.
But you're not sweating yet.
Yeah, I'm sweating now, so just. What's our next line, Ken?
Let's see, if you wanna go down, miscellaneous repairs,
At 470?
455.
Sorry.
You did increase that by 4,000?
Yes, yes. And that's to include with whatever one of the machines goes down that I can't find parts or replace for. I don't get to share any equipment with any of the other departments. Mine are always moving.
And you decrease the uniforms?
We did go back to 6,000 for uniforms.
The team is doing real well with their uniforms
Okay.
on
I
turning
just,
them
you have new people coming on, so I didn't know. Are those uniforms that we rent from folks or we buy them?
We rent it from UniFirst.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at 530,
Land and buildings?
Yes.
Yep.
What's
Why
in
did
that?
that go up?
Are we looking at putting an LED sign out at the transfer station?
I would like to do that. That is a goal of mine. It lets people know that when we're open and closed, instead of them having to come into the facility and turn around with a trailer on their back. So that's just something I would like to
Where are the
explore.
ones that we have? Ones at the airport, where are the others?
I have the mobile LED sign. I'm talking, this is proposing
Don't
to
we have
fix.
3 of them total? I mean, but
Yes,
Right.
sir. I'm not sure where,
I mean, looks like you could use those
I
for
think
what
Mike
he's
said,
talking
you
about.
have two, Mike?
There's two at the airport. One of them is intermittently inoperable. Been troubleshooting. The other one is
Maybe you could use one of those for that, or.
Well, he does have one right now.
I
That's
have
what he said.
one.
He wants a permanent one
Oh,
instead
okay.
of that mobile.
And again, that's just an ask.
Maybe ARPA will come back again.
Maybe GSM will do it and put their name down at the bottom, or
Yeah,
the
probably
credit
not-
union or
Probably not the
somebody.
dump. The transfer station.
575, small equipment, went up 3,000. $580, machinery and equipment, again, went up 17,000.
Which line were you?
No, that,
No, that went
580?
down.
not on 580.
Not on 580? I must have the wrong one then.
No, I showed 580, that
Down.
you went back down to 60,000.
Oh, okay. That must have been Tony's.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then your office furniture and equipment, also you went down to 50,000.
Yeah, that's,
I don't know how to mess with
At
you.
570? Line 570?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes.
Under your small equipment, what are you talking about? You talking about weed eaters and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Or, you know, just area maintenance? Okay.
And 580, machinery and equipment, looks like I went up 17,500.
No, that's the one that you went down.
When I go down,
after
okay, I'm
all.
sorry, that's what I'm still showing here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, no worries.
That's all I have on that one, on the transfer station.
Let's go to mosquito.
Mosquitoes.
I'll be going through that about now.
Yeah.
We're at page 105.
So when y'all gonna start spraying?
I know where you live, sir.
don't take it out on him, I'm in that same neighborhood, please. I've been saying good things about your department to my neighbors.
You need to put some music on there like an ice cream truck where people know when you come by.
I did add brighter LED light bars, orange and white light bars to them, and I suggested they put them sideways so the people can see them in their living rooms as they go by.
That's not a bad
Green,
idea.
you're getting the
Make a
spray.
big speaker,
Red, you're
sounds,
not.
get a recording of a mosquito and crank it up real loud.
There is other technologies in place, and that's for another time. Miscellaneous supplies, line 313. You want to start there? Okay. I just went up $100. And that's for just small items for the machines. Chemical supplies, I went up $26,000.
Is that primarily because of the increase in fuel?
Yes.
You know, and the base of some of the supplies?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, those supplies, they come out of indigent healthcare? Does
Yes, sir. We do cover some of that.
some-
I'm sorry.
Throughout the budget, if gases keep going down, we may have some savings there. If it goes back upwards, it's sunk.
Gas, oil, lubricants went up $1,100.
What went up, okay, I saw it.
Sorry, yes.
No, I saw it. I thought that was 100 and I'm going blind. It's that time of day.
Line 425 went up $1,000 for conferences and association dues. And that's for me. I will be getting my license to spray. I don't have to, but I would like to. So I would like to go out there and go spray with those guys.
And how many trucks do we have right now that are operational?
5. And I just purchased 2 brand-new foggers because the older foggers were deteriorating and they needed to be replaced.
So they'll go on 2 of those 5 trucks.
They'll replace 2 of those 5 foggers. There's 5 foggers operational, and I'm just replacing the oldest ones by serial number with new machines.
Yeah, I think last year they bought 2, or the year before last, I remember them getting a couple, so.
And I'll give you a quick 10 seconds about that. I was gonna buy the nicest, best one, but those are designed to go 20 miles per hour. And I stopped myself and got the one that only does between 10 and 12 miles per hour, because I would get calls all day long, why was the mosquito truck driving 20 miles per hour past my house? Which would cover more ground technically, from our standpoint, because we understand, but having to explain that on the phone is not feasible.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's that.
Yeah, people already think they're driving that fast.
Sure. I'm sorry.
How much is it to get your license?
The conference and association dues, it's right around $300 for my license, and then I'd like to go to one of the conferences. There are some other technologies in place that I want to explore before I present.
Now, what additional license should you have to be in the position you're in?
Right now, I just need to possess a license that I can actually apply pesticides. I don't need a vector control license according to the job description, but I do want to get the vector control, which is another, that the drivers have.
Mhm. Okay. So do you have money in there for that?
Yes, sir.
Good. Good.
Motor vehicle, I'm sorry, line 453, motor vehicle and maintenance, I went up $500.
So you're 488.
Okay, travel.
In this
meals.
department, I'm thinking that we should just add that to 425 instead of 488.
Because it'll be in association with getting the license?
Yes, ma'am.
I agree.
That's a healthy allocation, though. You know, I just went to San Antonio for 4 days, and it wasn't anywhere near 1,500 for the travel and meals.
No, well, in registration with the hotel.
Right, but this just says travel and meals.
Oh, I see, yes, you're right.
I'm just saying, I think a 1,500 allocation for travel and meals is a generous allocation.
Do you want me to lower that amount?
Well, didn't you just move it?
Well, I did move the full
Yeah.
1,500, but maybe we don't need the full 1,500.
Right, that's what I'm wondering. I mean, where is the training? It's somewhere,
It's not local.
not much is.
Yeah, just like Ohio, I think, is where the national one is being held at this year.
Ohio?
Yes, ma'am. That's just, I just threw a state at you. I didn't give you an accurate response there, but I will find out, absolutely.
Okay, because there are restrictions about traveling out of
Okay.
state. On the county's dime. You can do whatever you like.
Sure,
Okay, thank you.
absolutely.
So should we leave the 3,500, and then if you find out exactly where it's at, Joey? and then
Yes.
we can adjust it?
Absolutely, yes.
3,500.
I think that's
Highlighted.
You know, yeah, that's 3 times what history tells us.
What I have experienced in the last 60 days with mosquitoes, I want to be as knowledgeable and gather as much knowledge as I can. $575, small equipment and tools.
Why?
I did 15.
$805.25. You got a year-to-date of $86, and you want 15,000? You want 30,000?
That's 30,000.
What kind of?
Now that you say that out loud, it's definitely that's wrong. I don't want 15,000 on that line. That's incorrect. Small equipment and tools for mosquito. I don't think I need that at this time. Even if it shows $86, I can probably gather that from somewhere else on machinery.
You'll probably need more than $86 on it, but I'd suggest something maybe like 1,500.
I'll go with 1,500, yes.
I don't mean to be negotiating with you, it just seems.
No, I understand,
from
sir.
Historical data.
Sure, absolutely.
I don't know what's in that.
Oh, either.
I'd have to look at it. Off the top of my head, I can't tell you what.
I was curious, because in 2024, there was 12,000, over 12,000 spent on that account. I was wondering if that was used for some of the equipment that,
If I remember correctly, in 2024, that was a new sprayer.
that's what I was thinking, that's being used for the sprayer costs.
Yes. Yes, sir.
So that.
And, because he would have got
might
a
be in
couple
the
of
wrong-
sprayers in 2024,
Yes.
Probably so, yes.
so that would have been.
So,
So if you're looking at a couple of sprayers,
and then I guess that would be, is that the same thing as the 2 foggers, Joey? That you have in 580, machinery and equipment?
So the foggers that I just purchased, I will be putting them on I guess, last year's budget proposed for up until this time.
Okay.
And if
So
I need to
now-
replace those two, I'll need to get another 2.
So I think that what the 15,000 in 575 for 26 budget was meant for the 2 foggers. And the 580 line for 2026 was for a vehicle.
Yes.
so he has 2 sprayers ordered this year, they would go for this small.
The small equipment, right. We would use the small equipment line for the foggers.
But we could still drop it for next year.
Correct.
It would be same amount again.
Well, if he's gonna get them this year
I
and.
think you'll need to get in.
I don't know, but he,
Look at
they're
the
gonna have to
stuff and
replace
work
at
with
least
it to
one
get it.
again next year. I mean, I don't know the lifespan of them, but I know they were trying to replace them because they were in sad shape.
And then line 580, machinery and equipment, 10,000, from 50 to 60,000.
And is that for a new vehicle?
That's for a new vehicle.
How much are the foggers?
Right around 17 to 18,000.
Well, that would be wouldn't that be in the machinery and equipment expense rather than small
I
equipment?
would think so, but.
I would think so, yes, sir.
Yeah. I think
To
you
me,
probably
small
have that in the
equipment
wrong
is more
line.
like tools and small
Yeah.
things like that.
Yeah.
So maybe move the anticipated sprayers down into the machinery and equipment line out
Yeah.
of 575?
That makes sense.
It makes more sense
But
there.
we
Yeah.
wouldn't need
Right.
it for 27, right?
Correct.
So we're gonna leave it at 60,000 for a new vehicle, and then 1,500 for 575.
Yes.
Okay.
Have you priced any vehicles?
Yes, everything is $40,000, that's tax, title, and license, and a model they put work truck, vinyl floors, no accessories type of thing. 38, 39, and then it comes up to 40,000.
So maybe put it at 50.
Yeah, you want me to drop it to 50?
Yeah.
So the spares are gonna be bought out of this year's budget.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that wouldn't affect next year's budget unless you did 2 more sprayers.
I don't see it in my head because I have 4 named, I call them nicer brands, they're called London Foggers.
Okay.
And then I have 4 others,
Mhm.
and we're kind of
Well,
hodgepodging with parts.
the point I'm getting to is in your future budgets, you may want to, every year or every other year, replace 1 or 2 of them, whatever, and that keeps the overall expenses on one particular budget down a little bit.
Okay. That's my last one.
All righty.
Anything else, Tim?
I think that's it.
All right,
That's all
thank
of
you.
it.
Thank you, Joey.
Thank you.
Mr. Gear.
I need a breaker to this?
No, we want to get out of here.
Power
Let's get
through.
through.
Hey, here we go.
We had enough walk-arounds there.
Tanner's cracking the whip.
Okay, where are we going first?
Doesn't matter, you want to do airport?
Sure.
Okay. Okay,
We're at page 207.
and we're looking at expenditure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't know if we need to look at revenue, but, okay, on the expenditure budget for the airport, let's see, Conference Association and dues, is that where that came out? Yeah. Yeah, increase that because, I need to be going to the, I need to be going to 2 conferences really, at least every other year, and I haven't been for a couple of years to the Fed conference up in Dallas. That's for the Southwest FAA Region Conference. And then also I'd like to be, I'd like to take somebody from the airport with me to conferences because there are a lot of useful breakout sessions. And in the past, I've skipped a conference in order to send somebody, but I probably shouldn't be skipping the state conference. At the minimum, I need to be going to that. But and then you know the expenses for conferences are just going up. The state conference, the dues went up 40% in 1 year. You know, so they went up pretty high, pretty quickly. So, but the good news is it'll be in Galveston this next year, so it'll be close by. Then down at building repairs and maintenance, and then you'll see the kind of the trend here. My maintenance costs or maintenance budget is going up, and it's just because we've got some stuff that's starting to kind of reveal itself. We've got some wood rot on the external timbers on the terminal, on the trellises as you walk in and out the back, or whatever they're called, the trusses. And I've got Renee looking at that. It's going to be a 2027 project because I don't think we have enough money for 26 to do it now. But and I don't think I can get ramp reimbursement for that, which is the routine airport maintenance program grant. I can get it for everything outside the terminal, but I'm not positive I can get that done. That would be my first shot and try to do it that way if possible. In which case, I do have money in the ramp grant line, number 515, that would likely cover it. Let's see, and then miscellaneous repairs and maintenance would be another, adding 5,000 there. That would be for anything outside of buildings, vehicle repairs, tires, that sort of thing. We got crew cars that are starting to get a little bit older and are requiring a little bit more attention. Then giving back uniform money there because most of the crew just wear something comfortable. I require it to be collared, but I want them to be as comfortable as possible, and we don't really have an FBO uniform standard right now. In the past, our fuel supplier has purchased us shirts with their logo on, and AFIA would be willing to do that if we request it. So I don't really see any need to send them to Academy for a Magellan shirt going forward. A lot of them have those anyway from years past. This shirt's probably 4 years old, to be honest with you. But that's 500 given back there. The FAA grant coming down. That's this year, so it's 1.4 million. That's not going to be in the next budget. Office furniture and equipment. It's getting time to start looking at replacing some chairs in the terminal. Conference room chairs are starting to fall apart. I'm putting as much extra work into them as I can, but at some point I'm probably going to have to buy 10 chairs in there. I'm just being ready for it. I'm not positive it's going to happen, but I'm being ready. And they do run about $200 a piece. And miscellaneous. 10,000. I added 10,000 there because we've been going over on that budget a little bit. You can see going back to 2025, we went way over on it. Year to date, I'm already over it. And those are expenses that I can't find a way to code them that I can either get some grant reimbursement for it, or it's not tied to a building maintenance or a piece of machinery. But they do come up from time to time, and so I thought it'd be safe to increase that a little bit. And that's all I have on expenditure. And another example, let me go back to machinery and equipment on number 580. I brought that up a little bit because the I've got a tug, an electric tug that every couple of years I gotta buy batteries for it. Not a couple of years, about every 5 years I have to buy batteries, and they're pretty expensive. And it'll pretty well eat that $2,000. That's really all I have on that. On the revenue side, we're so dependent on fuel prices. I'm budgeting a lot of money for fuel, but in a perfect world, if we've spent all of that money, then we're gonna turn around and make a lot of money with it. So, if we don't spend all the money in the fuel budget line on the expenditure side, then you can expect, consequently, we're not gonna be raking in a lot of money on the revenue side. I usually, shoot for about 120,000 gallons, 120 to 125,000 gallons a year, at about 6.5 to 6.75 per gallon on the average. Commissioner Russo, did you have any questions on the airport side?
What page is that? And I'm sorry, I had to leave for a minute.
206 is revenues, 207 is expenditures.
So 206?
I didn't realize you were gone. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I apologize.
I didn't have any questions on that.
Okay. OEM?
Let's go to page 21.
21?
21.
I think I have questions there, Mike.
Okay, sure. You want to start with questions, or you want to do a rundown, or however you want to do it?
I was curious on the increase in the first salary line item.
The part-time 110? Or was it I see on the first one.
I can answer that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we have, initially, we had the salary budgeted in the temporary line, just because of what this position used to be. Now that Mike has been in this position for quite some time, we have decided to move that budget to the actual line item that it has been paying, which is an appointed official.
It's a wash.
So
It is a wash, correct, but yes, ma'am, it's a wash. And then with the part-time, because our part-time, or our deputy EM doesn't already work for the county, then we couldn't do it as a stipend, so we had to put her on as part-time employee. But she's had a couple of additional duties that have been added to her as in addition to deputy EM. She's also the county's PIO. She operates and manages the Facebook page and the county's Facebook page, and as well as OEM. And then, but I increased it. I increased it by $6,000. It doesn't show as a $6,000 increase there because.
I don't add anything to salaries until you guys direct me to.
Okay.
But the reason I did that is because she is hourly. And so sometimes, especially if we had an event kickoff where we needed the EOC open, that changes her 32 hours per pay period to, maybe 80 hours in that pay period. And there are trainings that we have to send her to. She's going to some mandatory, unfunded, mandate training that she'll have to attend, that we need to account for as well. And when she goes to a training class, that's a 40-hour week typically. So that pay period where I'm normally signing off on 32 hours on a normal pay period. If she's going to a training that she has to leave town for, then we're paying a little bit more on those weeks.
And I think she's doing a tremendous job.
I think so too.
And that Jen Boswick, we don't pay anything for her,
No,
right?
ma'am.
She's
You just-
Tatum?
We just give her a place to sit down and do her work.
Okay.
Yes, that's right, she's
And
Tatum.
thank you for the explanation, Tana and Mike.
Yeah.
So the salary temporary, go back up a little bit. So you're not budgeting anytime this time for part-time help?
Well, so initially, how this was set up, we were going to fund it with a full-time position alone for this department. And then when Mike was first appointed, he did state that he would do this job with the, the extra stipend that he receives for that, with anticipation of monitoring it, I guess deciding on if he can still do this, or if we initially would then go and hire a full-time person and he would no longer do this. We have not changed that budget, so that's why the 66 that's in there now is for full-time, and we did not put any extra budget for the part-time. We're just using part of that salary to
Okay.
cover.
You're just saving the salary in case at some point in time, we're not paying a stipend, we have a full-time person in there.
Right,
Okay.
yes, ma'am, because no other discussion has occurred to do anything different, unless if you guys want to change that now, whatever you all decide.
I think we're getting a tremendous bang for our buck.
Yeah, I hope so as well. But again, it's okay. I think it's a great idea to have a step or a grade that you're going to pay an emergency manager if you hire one full-time.
Right.
If you don't want to add all the money into the budget for 2027 because you plan on reappointing me, it'll look better on paper if you did that. But if midstream, you had to hire one, it would be coming
Yeah,
from the
no,
general fund.
We need to show it.
Okay.
I was just curious about the flip. Thank you.
No cell phone allowance?
Yeah, there should be.
I didn't see anything. Back it up, please.
It's not 140.
This
Yeah.
1320.
Yeah.
There's money there.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was looking at it. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Shoot that person a cell phone, they don't get a cell phone allowance.
Well, I get
You
one for
get
yeah.
one, yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Motor vehicle? No, I don't have anything for motor vehicle. That's just conference. That was again because the conference costs are going up and the associated costs of along with conferences is climbing. Felt like we were getting kind of close to it. And didn't see the need to put anything in there for machinery and equipment since it doesn't have any vehicles or equipment assigned to it.
And so last year, we just put 1,000 in case something came up?
I'm not really sure why, unless we were gonna charge an oil change maybe to an airport car that I took to a Tatum conference or something.
Okay.
Well, is that an area where your batteries would be better charged or better?
I don't, not
aligned?
necessarily. No, not for the crew cars, for the airport.
I'm
No,
talking
sir.
about for the tug.
Oh, for the tug, no, that's an airport, question there, yes, sir.
Oh,
That-
okay.
that-
Oh, yeah,
This
that's
one,
marked
this
as
is
a-
OEM.
yeah. Okay, you're right. Okay.
Could have been maybe a radio that you,
Maybe, yeah, what is that, machinery and equipment, yeah, I might have had it in there for radios, because we did spend some money in 2024, on that line, and that was probably radios.
I feel like that was something, maybe a radio for
Mhm.
Cynthia.
All right.
Okay, thank y'all.
Thank you, Mike.
Yes.
Are you leaving, or?
No, I mean, do I need to stick around?
Well, I have a quick question for you, but it's not
Sure.
related to the budget, and
I'll
I
wait
know
for you.
that Zach's going to be next.
I'll wait.
Okay, thank you.
Zach?
Okay, page 27.
It's a lot of numbers being thrown around. Well, I'm not looking to make a whole lot of changes, really. I think I'm gonna add $500 to postage, maybe, just to account for the increase that we're looking at, I think.
So there is not an increase in there right now, what you're seeing, but I can do that now. I'll change it to 13,000.
I think that'll make up for it or account for it,
Okay.
more than likely. Other than that, I'm not really looking to change anything. I know we're not gonna, it's not on the table right now, it's the next round for salaries, but I am looking to make my part-time position a full-time position. I don't have any of the details or anything yet, but I'll have those next round. But just a heads up, pretty much. Do y'all have any questions?
Not on this. You had another one, though. The 100, the Records Management Fund? Do you think you're going to use that furniture allocation of $9,000?
I'm gonna try and use that I am going to use that this year.
So you may not need it next year.
I won't need the full 9,000 next year. I'm trying to find something that, like decent desks that won't, I'm trying not to replace something every, I don't know, 7, 8 years, but then again, that may not be so bad. I won't need the full 9,000 next year though, no.
We're still
But
showing rents and leases on her though, aren't we?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. I don't know, do you still use the Texas State Library?
no. So whatever that is can
Oh.
come off.
My note in here is rent for record storage at Texas State Library, Al Johnson Building, and co-file.
Co-file we're still using until we get our shelving, which we're looking at getting done. I don't know when that is. We just had the guy come and do measurements to put shelving into our vault area.
I'm gonna highlight this so I can go and look at all of the expenses and then possibly drop.
Okay, so
That'd
that
be
amount is subject to change.
And then once we get everything out of the Al Johnson building, then that'll come off,
That is, thank you.
which would be nice.
We'll have a little hot dog roast or something. Celebrate.
Just a little one.
Mini weenies.
Dang budgets.
All right. Your records management fund, page 101.
He doesn't use, you said page 101?
Isn't it? Yeah. It just shows 200 projected for this year and 200 projected for next year.
Yes,
Right.
that's a fee that has slowly gone away since legislature changed.
Right.
So there's really not,
So probably 200 is high.
yes, it is. We can drop that to
50.
And they're getting ready to change everything again, so.
Oh, don't say that.
Okay.
I think we're done.
And so we're going to be back tomorrow.
At
9
9
for
We
Judge
have been
Bianchi.
trying to get a hold of Judge Bianchi since, to see if he was
Thank you,
needed to
Zach.
come or felt like he wanted to come and visit with y'all about the budget. Normally, he's pretty easygoing about it, and since we're gonna have other rounds, so that y'all don't have to come back tomorrow, I would say if y'all wanna say, we're good with it, we'll talk to you next time, that he'll be okay with that.
Yeah.
And then we'll get a hold of him and let him know
Sounds
that
like
he
a good
doesn't have to be here tomorrow.
And if he calls back and there's a problem, we'll just.
But you're right, he usually is just like very
I mean, he's got a
accommodating.
few changes in his, but I don't know that it's not anything that we can't discuss next
Let me
time.
go look at it real quick.
Okay.
On page 25,
Yeah.
you have an increase in office supplies by $150, law books, which I think has been the general consensus there.
That and the attorney's fees, which are
Right,
the
the attorney fees
court-appointed
were huge.
Those are the
Court
court-appointed
ordered,
attorneys,
yeah.
so.
We kind of just get them dumped on us, right?
And then the competency evaluations have gone up.
And I was wondering with the new county court law judge, will we have more
Probably gonna
training
have
for
to go to
him?
more conference.
Very possible, yeah.
True.
So we'll have
And
to
I did
remember that.
drop the salary amount because with the new county court at law judge not having years of service, he pretty much starts over at the bottom, 0 to 4 years of service. So I was
Still a nice bottom to start at.
I was able to drop the salary.
That's good, thank you.
Dang,
But
dropped
you
it that
changed it,
much?
I was writing that competency
Or in the
evaluations.
salary, is it in two different comes from two places?
His salary comes from 3 different
Okay.
places.
I thought that one that I looked at right there looked awful low.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you dropped it way down.
Yes, yeah, that is, yeah.
Can you scroll back
Yes.
down?
Sorry.
Okay, stop. There.
So you'll see the evaluations, they went up by $50 per eval. We increased that.
All right, yeah, we'll see him next time.
Okay.
Do you have a motion?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Commissioner Cheney?
Aye.
Commissioner Castelline?
Aye.
Commissioner Russo?
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick?
Aye.
Judge Garza?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you all.